The following program is for adult audiences only.
Middle of the road, it's just a feeling of a distant melody unknown. I was doing fine, I minded my own business till the day you took me home. You came into my life like a sweet embrace, swept me off my feet and made me whole again. You came in my life, I wanna see your face. Never will I be the same again. Well, I thought I knew what life was all about. That song had already been sung. I was going on my own business. Never knew that life had just begun. You came into my life like a sweet embrace, swept me off my feet and made me whole again. I wanna see your face, never will I be the same again. I wanna see your face again, oh let me see your face again. I'm far from being satisfied yet. I have to see your face again, oh let me see your face again, and take me to the place we first met. You came into my life like a sweet embrace, swept me off my feet and made me whole.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything.
Good news, everyone!
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
Vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and not Kenny the Vaping Heed.
I'm Kenny's evil brother. Good to see you guys again.
We've got my son back for another event before he has to go back to work. As y'all know, my THRworks son, most of the time. I try to get him to not smoke cigarettes. He knows the science behind it, but sometimes, you know, it's just not feasible or practical to be able to do that. So,
the FDA did tell me it was safe and effective to smoke cigarettes.
That's why it kills half of everybody that does it when used as directed. Where else is that possible? Is it possible in anything else that the FDA is authorized for sale? That's what we're going to find out today. You know what, I'm the kind of person I always go back and I try and find the root cause of the problem. What is the root cause, because if you don't know what the root cause of the problem is, anything you do is actually just going to make the situation worse. So today we're going to take a look at the FDA and go, well, they don't get the idea behind authorizing the millions and millions and millions of products that we use to stop smoking cigarettes, right? And we blame it on the MSA. Michael Redfern points out, we blame it on the MSA. They got money. That's what provides their funding. They're not willing to give up their funding. But is it a bigger problem than that? That's what I started thinking about. And I came across a couple shows this past week that really rocked my world about the FDA. It isn't just this problem that we have about them not wanting to authorize all these lovely products we use to not smoke and only authorizing big tobacco products. You can blame that on the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act that was passed, aka the Tobacco Control Act. It's guaranteed a Marlboro monopoly, right? But is the problem bigger than that? Do we have a systemic issue at the FDA that we need to be aware of so that we can make the right health choices to try and live a little bit longer, to have a little healthier lifestyle? And I started thinking to myself, I remember hearing the black box warning message being told to us about Champix and how it's got nitrosamines in it. It can cause cancer. So you'll be quitting smoking by taking this prescription that you got from your doctor to quit smoking that's proven safe and effective, but it gives you cancer. So you don't get cancer from the cigarettes anymore. You get cancer from the medicine they use to quit smoking. What is somebody supposed to do? This is just ridiculous. So that's what you have our thumbnail there for today. Matter of fact, I came out with a brand new command that we can start using from this point forward. Safe FDA. Now we can provide a warning label to everybody to understand that FDA means safe and effective, except for drugs and cigarettes and food. Because they're duplicitous in the diseases and deaths caused by unsafe, ineffective, and unhealthy food. What do you think of that? Am I crazy? Am I a lunatic?
Yeah, just a little bit, but only on the good times, I am a little crazy. The good topics.
But when I get done with the show today, I want your honest opinion. Did I change your mind? Did I change your mind about the FDA?
My mind has and always will be the government is just for themselves. So I doubt my opinion will change very slightly.
That's not the question, though. I mean, right from the description of our video, I said, okay. THRworks on returns as we discover FDA failures beyond black box warning labels that affect your life. Does FDA safe and effective mean what we think it means? Does it actually mean it's safe? Does it mean that it's effective? Or does it mean that it's neither? Is it just some marketing term, right?
Well, it's just the government, they I understand, Mallery, but it's just like the government. They just say this stuff just to push their agenda. It's like all the politics out there.
But this agency was founded to protect us from the shysters that were out there selling nothing more than booze bottled up as prescription medicine to make you feel better.
Oh, yeah. And then they banned it all back in the 1920s for the Prohibition era?
Listen, cocaine was in Coke before. Legit was an ingredient in Coca-Cola.
I wish I could have had some of that Coke. Ooh.
So anyway, the question is our food safe? Are the drugs our doctors prescribe us safe to consume? Is relying on the FDA's safe and effective testing methodology and their regulations and their oversight of products once they're available out on the market, can we actually rely on that? Or do we need to do our homework there before we choose to consume anything that's available to us here in the United States? And do drugs fail? What percentage of drugs that are developed for sale in the United States market fail to meet FDA's authorization?
I can't wait to hear those stats. Those are going to be some interesting ones today.
And obviously, we know where else FDA has been a complete and utter failure. When it comes to harm reduction, they're a complete and utter failure. You cannot deny 99.9% of the market and say, we've regulated the market. Because no, you haven't. All you've done is moved everything from your testing standards to nothing. Everything's available now on the black market where there's no testing requirements whatsoever. I don't think that's safe and effective. I don't think that's effective regulation. I think that's harming the public. So we'll take a look at what else did the FDA get wrong. That's what we're going to talk about today. But before we jump into it, let's revisit, since the last video got taken down, my son was on. Let's revisit what it's like in Japan. What is it like in Japan if you don't want to smoke cigarettes? What are your options?
Well, if you don't want to smoke it, they do have a lot of heat-not-burn devices, which is great. You know, the whole wall of cigarettes in the store that they have in America, about half of them are heat-not-burn devices, and they do have them on display. It's great. In order to get vaping, you do have to go see a doctor and tell them your stressors. Granted, most of the Japanese people are already 100% going to be approved because they work 12 to 16-hour days, and they don't get off until the sun goes down, and they go back to work when the sun still down. So
it's kind of like Australia with their prescription model, which, by the way, there's more fire bombings down in Australia. We're going to cover that today too as well. Not going to ignore our Aussie mates down there suffering the wrath of the government that doesn't understand. Prohibition doesn't work. We proved that here in the United States a long time ago when they tried to prohibit alcohol, which, by the way, we have a wonderful alcoholic beverage to review on our flavor explosion later. My son and I both have something. He's tried one of these already, but not the other one. So it's going to be interesting. I have tried neither of them. But this is readily available. I went to go pick him up from his mom's house today and stopped at Sheetz. And man, did they have a whole plethora of things for me to pick from. So I'm like, well, I've tried most of those ones here. Let's try something that I just found out about. And let's see if it's attractive to kids. Stick around for that part.
I guarantee you it is.
And because he talks about how Japan, how THR, heat-not-burn products are so successful over there in killing people using combustible cigarettes, I've got some science to talk about later today for THR, or heat-not-burn. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. It's going to get nasty, but so be it. If the FDA needs to get a black eye on a repeated basis to get them to do the right thing, then that's what we're going to do here. Because the truth needs to get out there. People need to find out and make the right choices in their life, and they can't rely on the government to do it for them. Despite what they would like you to think, that they want to babysit your kids. Get your stuff away from my children. I'll educate my children myself, thank you. He's like, what did I get myself into?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to unpack this week.
This is horrific. This is horrific.
I just see the FDA is like, you know, those babysitters that'll come over and they'll promise that they'll take care of your kid, and they invite your boyfriend over and they start drinking and partying in your house. I feel like that's what the FDA is like to me.
I don't have a boyfriend. I'm sorry. I don't.
Nowadays, you can't assume.
About your own family?
Yeah. It's a new world we live in.
Listen, I don't have a problem with it. If you want to come out and tell me you're gay, then you're gay. I mean, I'm not going to look differently on you. You're my son. I'm going to love you either way. I don't care.
The only person I love is Kenny and that beautiful face every week, every Tuesday.
The truth comes out. He doesn't watch the show to see me. He watches it to see my mate in the UK. He's driving bus today.
Yeah, he's saving the world today.
You know what? That deserves a flip.
Hello, Andy. Hello, 251 Performance. It's great to see you guys. Hope y'all are doing well.
Did I not log in there either? I thought I fixed everything.
I do apologize. Whenever I came back, I brought all the technical difficulties. Half of his stuff today was logged out.
I inserted the camera, but I didn't put the filters on. That's horrible, man. There's been so many updates that have been going on. Mine works. I'm upside down. Hanging like a monkey from the ceiling. What do you think? You like that idea, huh?
You should do that a little more often. That'll help your back.
Help my back.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it if the FDA says to do it, though.
See? I did get some knowledge instilled in this boy. Question everything. Verify for yourself what they tell you, whether it's fact or fiction. The only way. How about this one? Does this one work?
Caffeine will kill you!
Okay, I'm logged in on the other one too. I'm not sure why it only works on certain ones. Whatever. We got it working. I think it's time to dive into the news and get into this whole FDA situation. Sorry, folks. It's going to be a long news segment today. But this information really shocked me when I found out about it. Like, how is this possible? They're supposed to be looking out for us. So I went out and bought a book this week. It's called Good Energy by Dr. Casey Means, MD, and it was co-authored by her brother, who I happen to catch numerous times in my Twitter feed recently. So we'll start off the show by breaking the ice with the same way that my cherry got popped earlier this week. And I highly recommend you actually go and watch the entire segment from Tucker Carlson, where he interviewed these two people, and it was so enlightening. And it just like all of a sudden in my brain, so many things that I've seen and heard numerous times throughout the course of my life all came together. And it's like all of a sudden the puzzle pieces fit. And I totally understand what's happening now.
Biology route, I wanted to be contributing to politics from an early age, and went to Stanford to go back into politics, studied economics, political science, went straight back to campaigns after school. What I learned quickly is that then campaigns over, you work for the biggest spenders in DC, and I found myself across the desk from food industry and the farm industry. The farm industry spends 5 times more in DC than the oil industry. By far the biggest spender. Bipartisan, you're working for pharma. But starting with food, I learned early on that the food industry, and this is my construct, the food industry and the processed food industry was created by the cigarette industry. And I think this is very telling. It's something I learned. So in the 1990s, the 2 largest food companies in the world were R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris. What happened is when the Surgeon General way too late in the 1980s said cigarettes were maybe problematic, these were some of the largest companies in the world with the largest cash piles of any company in the world. So what they did is they used their cash piles to buy food companies. We think about the 80s as the Wall Street era M&A, a lot of deals. The two biggest M&A deals up until 1990 in world history were cigarette companies buying food companies. So you had in the 90s, these two cigarette companies very strategically do two things. They shifted their thousands of scientists who were experts at making cigarettes addictive to the food department. So we had the rise of ultra-processed food where our food now is a science experiment. The second thing they did is they shifted their lobbying. So the cigarette industry, of course, was the biggest, lobbying spenders and had a good playbook. They shifted their playbook on lobbying and rigging institutions of trust to food. So they created the food pyramid. So the cigarette industry, through the food companies they bought, paid off the FDA, the USDA, Harvard to create reports saying sugar doesn't cause obesity. And they lobbied for the food pyramid in the 1990s, we all remember, which said, animal-based fats are bad, carbs are good. Remember, carbs and sugar were basically the base of the pyramid. So the American diet, because of that, because we trust our medical institutions, which they know, we shifted our diet significantly to ultra-processed food. It was very intentional, the food pyramid. That was a ultra-processed food marketing document that carbs were fine, sugar was fine. And that shifted, and you look at dietary patterns. Today, a child diet is 70% ultra-processed food. Now, what does that mean?
70% ultra-processed food and sugar and oil made from seeds. That's shocking. But when you look at the grocery store, it kind of makes sense. 70% of the grocery store is nothing but boxed food for you to make at home. Instant, quick meals.
Even then, it's more convenient. Right? You can go out and go to a fast food company and get your food in 5 minutes instead of going home and spending like 60 minutes to like an hour and a half to make food. And it tastes better than most of the food you make at home.
It presents to your brain like it tastes better. If you were to stop eating processed foods for one whole week and only ate food that you made yourself from scratch, you would think otherwise. It's kind of like when you quit smoking cigarettes and you started vaping. All of a sudden, your taste buds wake up and your expectation of what something that's sweet or salty completely changes. It's just like when you quit smoking with vaping.
Right? Those are literally foods invented by the cigarette industry to addict kids. Obviously we've got sugar, but there's thousands of different ingredients and science concoctions that scientists work in a lab to make it more palatable, to make it more addictive. So food consumption, calorie consumption has skyrocketed. And the byproduct of these toxic ingredients that the cigarette industry I watched and helped with this, bought off the USDA, bought off the FDA, is they wreak havoc among our cells. The foundation of our diet is ingredients that we aren't biologically made to eat, that didn't exist 100 years ago. The foundation of our diet is three things when you look at any label. It's added sugar, processed sugar, which basically didn't exist 100 years ago. It's just from natural sources. Ultra-processed grains, which were invented 100 years ago. The processing takes the fiber off. They're basically hidden sugars, devoid of nutritional value. And seed oils. Seed oils are the top source of American calories. And this is actually
seed oil. The top source of American calories.
Soybean oil, canola oil. This is the baseline of American calories right now. And these seed oils were actually created by John D. Rockefeller as a byproduct of oil production. It's basically engine lubricant. And the Rockefeller and those aligned with him actually lobbied to have this suitable for human consumption. That's how seed oils came into the American diet. They're much cheaper, but they're highly inflammatory. And just by definition, just at the highest level, these ingredients and all the chemicals we can't name that are in ultra-processed food are not natural ingredients that our bodies are made to handle. So there's, as we talk about in Good Energy, this produces a lot of side effects to our cells. The food industry isn't trying to kill Americans. They're trying to make food cheap and addictive. On the biology route, I wanted to be.
What do you think?
Well, they sure succeeded over the past few years. It is addicting going out there and buying like a thing of candy or a box of Oreos. I could eat Oreos all day.
Number of Americans with diabetes. As of May 2024, 38.4 million Americans have diabetes, which is about 11.6% of the population. Just slightly less than the number of people that smoke cigarettes in the United States. Of those, 29.7 million people have been diagnosed, and 8.7 million people don't even know they have it. That means 1 in 5 people with diabetes are undiagnosed. Number of Americans with cardiovascular disease. 121.5 million American adults have cardiovascular disease, which is 48% of the adult population. Number of Americans with dementia. 6.7 million. Age 65 and older have Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. And the number is expected to double by 2060. Why? Number of Americans with high blood pressure. 120 million adults in the United States have high blood pressure, also known as hypertension. Number of Americans with autoimmune disease, which I was curious to find out about after listening to that entire 2-hour-long interview with these two that wrote this book. One's a doctor. She's the one that primarily wrote the thing, and her brother is also in it. 23.5 million Americans have an autoimmune disease. I've had allergies my entire life. They were better, then they were worse, and they were better, then they were worse. They were definitely worse when I was smoking, but they didn't manifest as strongly as they do now. Where's all this coming from? Number of Americans with allergies. 50 million Americans have allergies each year. It's the 6th most common chronic illness of the country. 30% of adults and 40% of children in the United States have allergies. It wasn't always this way. It was a rarity for children to have allergies. It was unheard of when I was growing up to have signs up preventing people from bringing peanuts into a classroom because they were so afraid that somebody was going to have an anaphylactic reaction and die because they were exposed to a peanut.
That's back also in the good old days where they didn't have high fructose corn syrup and all this other bullshit. And they also taught good values in school, like go out and get your exercise. I remember back when I was growing up, there was like pulling teeth to get kids to go exercise. They had to have advertisements every hour saying, hey, get up and go touch grass, you lazy little shits.
And now everybody's on their phone. Meanwhile, when we got home from school, if we didn't have any homework to do, we were sent outside. Go spend time in the sun. Go spend time in the sun because the sun is good for you. That's how your body creates vitamin D.
Oh, yeah, that's where you mentioned the food pyramid, right? And I looked up the most recent one. You'll never guess what's at the bottom of the pyramid. Not even food related. Exercise. Because nobody goes out and plays anymore.
Oh, you want to talk about the food pyramid? Well, I planned on doing that anyway, but since you bring it up, might as well do it now. Because the history of the food pyramid blew me away, man. 1943. Let's go back to 1943. Okay? This is what the food pyramid looked like in 1943. Eat healthy. Eat some food from each group every day. In addition to the 7 basics, eat other foods that you want. Well, that's not what the food pyramid looked like when I grew up. That's far from it. From butter and greens and yellows and oranges, it's all about colors. Potatoes and other vegetables and fruits, milk and milk products, meat, poultry, bread and flour. Eat all of them equally. Little bit here, little bit there, whatever floats your boat. It's good for you. Right? Meanwhile, when I grew up, this is what they told you. Eat less, fatto. That's your problem. That's why you're fat, because you eat too much. Doesn't matter if you only ate once a day. How about Australia? What's the Australian food pyramid like? We live in a global society. We can look and see what any country's food pyramid looks like if they use that. Here's what they say. Grains and cereals, vegetables and beans, fruit, milk and yogurt, meats, fish, eggs, poultry, nuts, seeds. Have these only sometimes in small amounts because they're full of useless, devoid of nutrition sugar. And use oils in very small amounts, only as necessary to cook your food. There's their food pyramid. And this has changed over time. This is 2015. This is what the current thing that they tell you. Enjoy herbs and spices, choose water, eat plenty of vegetables and beans, eat some grains. Here's your meat, here's your dairy, and here's your fats. Limit salt and added sugar.
I'm glad they added that water on the bottom, though. Because most kids nowadays, I'm even susceptible to it. I'll just go out there and I'll grab a soda or something.
More like a Red Bull.
Well, yeah. My breakfast
energy
consists
drink.
of smoking and drinking a Red Bull. So
let's compare the Mediterranean diet to the Western diet, looking at food pyramids. High fiber, whole natural foods versus all processed foods with hardly any fiber and mainly sugar and oil. Every single boxed food requires you to add oil to it to make the dish. Here's the market size over time of processed foods. They just keep growing and growing and growing. $2.5 trillion is what is estimated to be by 2027. I wonder if, oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. They've whittled it all down into just a handful of companies that control everything. Kraft, who used to be owned by a cigarette company, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, General Mills, Kellogg's, Mars, Unilever, Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, and Nestle own all the food in your store.
Well, I think that's funny, though, because back in the day, Pepsi and Coke were going at it, and Pepsi thought it was easier to just buy food chains than to compete with Coca-Cola because they were so big. And that was back in the day.
I honestly expected the cigarette industry to do that with the vape industry. Buy off every single e-liquid manufacturer out there and let it, the name and everything stay the same, and you don't even know who the corporate owners are for it. Yet they're just playing the same old, same old. And now it makes sense why. Why didn't we get vaping earlier? Why didn't they latch onto it back when it was first discovered by Han Lick? Why did it take them so long to catch on to the fact that as soon as people pick this stuff up, they quit smoking? Well, we should start buying all that up and start selling it. And then push our, advocates in Congress to actually, push it, new legislation through so that we can, keep these products on the market and save people's lives. You want to unsmoke the world. You want to make the world healthier, right? Well, we need all the help we can get. Here's the Health Olympics and where we stand, right? We're at the bottom.
Number one, baby, Japan.
Japan has the highest life expectancy. This was in 2018.
You know why?
But you look at it over time, and it's all pretty much the same.
Because they eat at home. They make their own food. They really only go out on the weekend. They also, a big part of their lifestyle is being fit. Like over in Japan, right? Their military completely different than ours. They get paid by how they do on their PT test every year. So their physical standards correlates to their pay.
That's how I got tossed from the military.
Well, yeah. And you'll see them that literally, no matter what time of day it is, you will always see a handful of people just running along. They run around the whole base, and it's got to be close to like 8 miles. They're always running. They're always healthy.
And here's what happens. Highly processed foods in the Western diet causes all kinds of problems. We're completely void of antioxidants and vitamins and minerals and nutrients and fiber. And we get disease pathogenesis. We get disease formation and acceleration because of the foods that we eat.
Well, you should also look into, this is a really big thing over there, is their foods, when you go out to a fast food restaurant, it's so much healthier than ours.
Exactly.
It's shocking.
That's just like in Europe, there is a list of 10,000 ingredients that are prohibited from their food supply. We have it in ours here in the States. I talked about numerous ones multiple times, and they're like, oh, well, that's just getting pulled from the market thing. And I just realized another article that was pulled. Brominated vegetable oil is supposed to be pulled from the thing. When was it pulled? Why didn't this make news? That's probably has something to do with the fact that 70% of the advertising revenue on mainstream media comes from the pharmaceutical industries. What do you think the rest of it is? From the food industry. They can't tell you the truth about it because they'll lose all their advertisement revenue. Here's Harvard's pyramid. And just like you were talking about how this needs to be at the bottom of it, daily exercise and weight control. Fruits and vegetables. Healthy fats and oils are at the bottom of the thing. Wonder who gives Harvard money for their research. It's so hard to get a straight answer from anybody. What happened there?
The FDA doesn't want you to see it. That's what happened.
It showed it a second ago. Anyway.
Oh, that's another thing, William. The pesticides, and then you have all these genetically modified foods, too, that we don't even know, like, what the possible side effects are for eating it.
I know what the side effects of atrazine are.
What?
It'll turn me into a woman. Swear to God. Kennedy's talked about it numerous times, and I finally, I heard it and ignored it. So I finally looked it up. They did a study. Atrazine is one of the pesticides that's used on your plants that are growing. The vegetables, the fruits and vegetables we're supposed to eat that are supposed to be healthy. That's what they use on them to keep the bugs at bay. And it will literally take a man and turn it into a functioning female that can deliver a child. The study that was done on frogs. And there are studies that are in the works right now to try and track atrazine consumption, and they're making associations of it that you're not allowed to talk about. Because you're not allowed to question why people choose the identity they choose. Even when you're talking about science, it's still not allowed.
Well, there's a lot of things you're not allowed to question anymore. Like, you're not allowed to question the government, why they do the things. You're not allowed to question people. Shit. You know how much trouble I got in the other day by just asking somebody how their day was? They wanted to fight me. It's crazy. Back in the good old days, you didn't even have to worry about that. You can ask all the questions you want.
If you all have Netflix out there, I highly recommend you go and you watch this program. Shocking. Poisoned. The dirty truth about your food and everything that you need to know about it. About how, because it's large corporations that are running the system, running the entire food chain supply, everything's on an industrialized scale. When your little package of your chicken that you buy whole, that you're going to roast for a nice Sunday chicken dinner, right, is FDA inspected. Yeah. Each of these processing plants has an FDA inspector. Actually, they have a bunch of them standing on the assembly line of these chickens that move by at a rate of 172 chickens a minute. Boy, they can really spot bacteria, 172 chickens a minute. How many of them do they sample? 1 or 2 a day that they actually test for bacteria. That's it. That's it. See if my link's copy.
Another thing that was untested before the stream.
Glenmark recalls 114 batches of low potassium drug in the U.S. over potential deadly hyperkalemia risk. Wait a minute. People have low potassium take potassium supplements to raise their potassium. And now it's deadly hyperkalemia? So in other words, the concentration inside the pill isn't consistent? And well, just because you're taking a 50 millimole dose, you might actually get 500? And it throws your heart into a abnormal rhythm and then you die? Wow. Wonder how long it takes them to realize what's going on. It's recalling 114 batches of 750 milligram potassium chloride extended release capsules thanks to failed dissolution of the product. Oops, sorry. It's supposed to be slow release. You kind of forgot to put the spray on it that, makes it slow reacting, and you're going to get all that potassium at once. Have a nice day. Isn't that great?
It's funny. I saw a little meme on TikTok the other day saying, oh, yeah, 750 bananas will kill you. All you got to do is take one of those capsules. She kill you in a heartbeat. Don't even have to eat the bananas. You can skip over that.
ADHD medication recalled. FDA says bottles might have the wrong pills in them. What? A pharmaceutical company is recalling medication for ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and narcolepsy because packages of the drug may contain the wrong pill, according to the United States Food and Drug Administration. The product is being recalled after pharmacists in Nebraska opened a bottle of Zendazidi tablets and found tablets of carbon monoxide malleate and antihistamine. Oops. Sorry. Not going to help your narcolepsy, not going to help your ADHD, but you won't have any allergic reactions. FDA is really doing a good job of keeping us, protected with all these safe and effective drugs, right? How about this one? FDA issues recall statement after insulin pump related iOS app causes injuries. A class 1 recall, the most severe, comes after 224 injuries were reported. Which also goes to why we don't have Retro Vape this week, because my wife found something. I just talked about it in my last review video about, how it would be nice if this thing was actually a radio or, could be an MP3 player or something. She found a disposable that is actually a smartwatch or functions like one. You can make calls on it. You can listen to music, everything on a disposable. Meanwhile, I'm still reviewing bricks as pod mods. It's okay. FDA is preventing the development of these products to become something that every smoker in the country would want to have. Crazy, man. It's crazy. There you go. How about 5 famous drug recalls in U.S. history and why they happened?
I'm sure that dates back to when the FDA was initially made.
Thalidomide. I posted a picture of this on Twitter the other day. It's a bunch of kids that have arms that are only about yay long. See, thalidomide in 1961 and was the first recall, probably because it was the most notorious of all the recalls that needed to happen. Thalidomide, also sold as Immuniprin, was manufactured by Chemi Gunthral in 1954 and prescribed as a sedative. It was a sedative for women that had morning sickness, pregnant women that had morning sickness. And the doctors at the time said, you're just anxious. So take this sedative, and your morning sickness will go away because you won't be so anxious just because you found out you were pregnant. Well, 1961, the drug was found to be causing 10,000 to 20,000 severe birth defects. It took them 5 years after the birth defects started happening to go, wonder why all these kids have short arms. They're little stubbies. Ooh, flopping around like a little flipper. No, it's not funny.
You know, those side effects are still going on. I had an art teacher back when I was in high school, like 10 years ago. Same birth defects.
Wonder what it was caused by.
If the FDA was investigating it, we'll never know.
DES in 1971, physicians prescribing DES to pregnant women for over 3 decades. What is it with these pregnant women? We keep poisoning these pregnant women. For over 3 decades to help prevent miscarriages and other complications during pregnancy. At the time, the medical community believed that some women did not produce enough estrogen for safe delivery, so DES could compensate for this problem, even though research revealed the DES was not effective in 1953. Took them until 1971 for the FDA to issue a drug bulletin warning physicians that DES causes a rare form of vaginal cancer to girls exposed to DES while in the womb. Bextra, 2005, anti-inflammatory drug. Researchers learned that one of the skin conditions caused by Bextra was Stevens-Johnson syndrome, and a reaction that caused blistering on the skin and internal organs. Just what you want to have for your internal organs, blisters on them, because they make it work so much better that way. Then we have Vioxx. Vioxx, I talked about this one. This killed as many people as the number of Americans that died during the Vietnam War. You could argue plus or minus 5,000.
That's close. That's bad.
Painkiller, prescribed to treat arthritis pain, caused 60,000 deaths. 140,000 people suffered coronary artery disease after taking it. Litigation of $4.8 billion to try and make these people forget that their loved ones are dead because they took a pain-relieving medicine authorized as safe and effective by the FDA. Fen-Phen we have in 1997. Aggressive advertising campaign. Isn't that what they did with the opioid epidemic? Is that how that got caused? Aggressive advertising from pharmaceutical companies to take our pills. You know, there's only 2 countries on the planet that allow that.
Which 2?
United States and New Zealand. To date, over 50,000 victims have filed lawsuit against Weath. The company lost an estimated $21 billion to legal defenses and damages for Fen-Phen. Serious lung problems, specifically pulmonary hypertension. Lovely. Safe and effective. Sure. I almost believe that. Because, see, just like you can have a searchable FDA database for authorized vaping products, if you want to try and find one to quit smoking, well, we have a searchable database on the FDA's website for all the drugs that they say are bad for you that must now have a black box warning or a recall. How about sodium chloride for injections? Because it's got particulate matter and fluid leakage of the containers. These are supposed to be sterile to be injected into somebody. And we've got ones that have particulate matter in it and leakage. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. And they're only going to show you the last 250.
There's everything on there, too. If you scroll up, there is acetaminophen. Well, it's going to be a big problem for the military because that's all they prescribe.
Acetaminophen injection, 1,000 milligram per 100 milliliter. potential presence of dexmethylamide hydrochloride injection inside the overwrap that is labeled acetaminophen.
Oh, I was talking about the one above it for the pills.
For the migraine relief.
Yeah.
Device and drug safety mislabeling.
That's an easy one to catch, too. What is the FDA doing with their life?
Well, we told you they created the opioid epidemic.
Hey, how you doing, Steven?
How FDA failures contributed to the opioid epidemic, the opioid crisis that we're under right now. For the past 25 years, pharmaceutical companies deceptively promoted opioid in ways that were often neither safe nor effective. I thought the FDA was supposed to be safe and effective. What? They're actually killing people in this country on a regular basis because of their continuous failures? Listen, there are people out there that need opioids to manage their pain because they've exhausted the entire chain of pain relievers, and that's what they got. But it shouldn't be the first-line treatment for anybody injured as pain medication. I remember taking Darvon when I was a kid. You know, I injured myself. I had a dislocated shoulder and got some Darvon. You're not allowed to have that anymore because it's addictive. I didn't get addicted to it. Had no desire to continue taking it. Once my pain was gone, I just stopped taking it. Didn't care. FDA is a total, utter failure to protect us. I really had no intentions of going on this rabbit hole this week, but it's so shocking that I just could not ignore it.
He 100% did. He planned this whole rabbit hole.
I did not. User fees. Their biggest failure is user fees. Pharmaceutical companies and drugs that we probably don't need. But the pharmaceutical company pays user fees, pays to have their tests all done through independent labs so that the FDA isn't tied up for years testing these things, and does all the FDA's work for them, and then submits the paperwork, and there's three schmucks sitting at a table looking at it going, authorized. Rubber stamping it. Authorized. Sounds good.
Oh, yeah, they also have those blinders on. You know the ones that the horses have? Well, they have one that just has $100 bills on each side, so they just focus on that.
But they're underfunded, man. They don't have enough funding to be able to keep up with all these products that we have in the United States. People keep dying, and it takes them forever to figure out why. Kind of like the whole Avali situation. And they couldn't figure out where it was coming from, so they just blamed it on vaping. It was vaping, dude. It's new. It's vaping. Everybody was vaping. You're the Food and Drug Administration, right? So you know the drug, the actual drug in question, and the dose is what really makes up whether something's helpful or harmful, right? Never once asked what caused all these people to get sick. Eventually, somebody down the chain finally started asking questions and go, show me what you were vaping. He's like, oh, that ain't a nicotine vape. What kind of vape is that? Oh, it's cannabis, dude. I don't smoke it. I vape it. Where'd you get it? This guy down the street makes it in his garage. Excuse me. We hear you make some, cannabis vapes. Oh no, man, I don't make them. I just fill the cartridges. Where'd you get the stuff to make it? Show me what you did. Oh, you put what in it? Honeycut. Oh, Honeycut. Let's go investigate Honeycut. Show me how you make this Honeycut. Oh, you buy the barrels, the 55-gallon drums of it from China, and when it comes here, you just put a label over top of their label and call it Honeycut? That's all straight up vitamin E acetate. You're killing people. Go to jail. Wasn't quite that simple, but It's only a 5-hour show, man. I can't give you the whole scenario of everything.
You should just make a documentary.
I could.
You can probably put it on Netflix, too. They give everybody a special.
Everybody gets an award. Everybody does so wonderful. That's why we have clinical development of drugs failing. 90% of clinical drug development fails before it even gets to the FDA for authorization. You want to know why our drugs cost so much money? Yeah, I know that they're ripping us off. I know they're charging different countries different prices, which is all horse shit. You should have one price for your product, and it should be global commodity, just like oil. I want to sell you a barrel of oil. I got to compete with all the other schmucks smelling barrels of oil. 90% of their developed drugs never make it to market. How about the 10 worst drug recalls in history? We talked about some of these earlier. DES, Fen-Phen, Seldane, Posicor, Resolin, PPA. My favorite isn't even going to be on this list.
What's your favorite?
It's the biggest sham the FDA has ever done. All right. You hear about these people that, take Sudafed and they cook it and they make meth, right?
Yeah.
There's a TV show about it. Sudafed is the best thing in the world. Used to be the cheapest thing in the world. If you ever got sick and your nose was just running and your sinuses are clogged or you got allergies and your sinus is giving you problems, you take this and it clears your sinuses. Sudafed, right? Well, we need to stop this meth problem going on, and, well, we need to interrupt the supply chain. And where are they getting it from? Well, you can go to any gas station for $1 and buy 10 pills of Sudafed, generic. It was everywhere. Dirt cheap. When they took it off the market and made it prescription only without a prescription, but you had to go to the pharmacist and sign your life away and give them your ID, and you're only allowed to buy it like twice a month, that was their solution. No more generic Sudafed. When you go to the pharmacist, well, that pharmacist is making money, so they're selling you the name brand extended release Sudafed. You're only allowed to buy it twice a month. So if you got really bad allergies, you're screwed. You got a cold, and then you get a flu right afterwards, you're screwed. And now, what used to cost $1.50, if you had a greedy gas station, now minimum cost $20. So
you don't even get that many pills.
Because they took this off of the ready access market, the FDA was so nice that they authorized this new drug. It even sounded the same. It's like if you were looking at both boxes and you looked at what the actual name of the drug was, phenylephrine. Well, they looked almost exactly the same. And that's sold on the U.S. market ever since they pulled Sudafed and made it signature only. Until just recently, they admitted, oops, you would have been better off taking a sugar pill. They do the same thing. Talk about fleecing the American consumer. We were paying buku bucks at the gas station for this new replacement for Sudafed that didn't have to be behind a pharmacy, and it didn't do anything whatsoever. You probably would get more decongestive effect taking a Star Mint, a peppermint piece of candy than you would wasting your money on that pill that was authorized by the FDA. It's safe and effective for your cold and flu symptoms. 20 years on the market selling essentially a placebo.
I don't know how many times we got to keep listening to the FDA before we're finally like, yep, we're done listening to all the stuff that comes out of your mouth. Like, nothing's ever right. Let's just
Like
get
start
rid of
from
it.
scratch?
Yeah.
How about this shocking statistic? 1/3 of new drugs have safety problems after FDA approval. 33% of the drugs that the FDA authorizes, oops, we didn't catch the fact that it's going to cause you problems down the road. "71 of 222 drugs approved in the first decade of the millennium were withdrawn, requiring a black box warning on the side effects or warranted a safety announcement about new risks." Kind of like how they want us to, quit smoking, and they give us these pills, and you might commit suicide because you're on the pill. Sorry. At least you're not smoking anymore. Right? We should be happy. You got them to quit smoking by putting them in the ground sooner.
Oh, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Your options. Smoking may cause death and cancer. Stop smoking will definitely cause death and possibly cancer.
I'm like, what are they talking about? Black box warnings, right? I've seen the black box warnings. They're the big black box on the top of the leaflet insert that nobody reads when you get a prescription or pill or something. You just pitch it because it's kind of like, the legal consent agreement for software and everything else. You just scroll on the bottom, click yes. We don't read it. Maybe you should when it comes to food and drugs. First implemented in 1979, black box warnings tell you things that you need to know about your medication. Like the fact that you take Brilinta, it's going to cause ulcers and bleeding risks. Are they counting people that died? Are they counting the people that died in the numbers of people that quit smoking cold turkey? Wouldn't surprise me. Liziness should not be given to children. According to the prescription information, it's contraindicated in pediatric younger than 6. In non-clinical studies, administration of a single adult dose in a juvenile mouse increased fluid secretion and more deaths from dehydration. Here we got one. You take this pill, you're guaranteed to die. You improve your chances of dying for any reason whatsoever. We don't have a specific thing that it's going to do, but the people that take it end up in the ground sooner than the people that don't take it. But it's safe and effective for your doctor to prescribe it and a pharmacist to sell it to you. Here you go. Here's one that most women know about. Cigarette smoking raises the risk of cardiovascular events when combined with oral contraceptives. Everybody knows about that one. How about you take this pill and you can rupture your tendon? How about if you take methadone, you increase the risk of respiratory depression and QT interval prolongation? Listen, the respiratory depression is not something that's worth even mentioning because anytime you take any type of a drug like that, it's going to have sedative effects. But the QT interval prolongation becomes a major problem because if it gets long enough, you can literally die instantly. It's called R-on-T phenomenon with cardiology. It's when part of the heart fires at the exact wrong time because then you literally obliterate the entire electrical pathways in your heart. It requires there to be a rhythm and a continuous flow of electricity. It's the equivalent of being zapped. It's just ridiculous. Antidepressants raise suicide risk.
It's funny because aren't they supposed to do the opposite?
Isn't that the reason why you're taking antidepressants? So you don't want to kill yourself? Because your life has been that depressing that you wanted to? And here you take the medication and, well, Don't stop it suddenly, or you're going to do exactly what you didn't want to do.
And if you read it, it said they issued that to all antidepressants.
And it's so prevalent and so confusing and so voluminous that, well, if you're trying to study, become a doctor or a nurse, well, we've got websites that offer flashcards for you to try and memorize them all. This is supposed to be the Food and Drug Administration. It's supposed to protect us. They're protecting us. FDA denies marketing applications for about 55,000 flavored e-cigarette products. Every single e-cigarette product is flavored. That's the dumbest thing they ever add in there. Flavored. It's flavored. Well, if it isn't, it's just bland.
Well,
even tobacco e-cigarettes are flavored. You know what flavor they are? A bunch of them to create tobacco flavor.
You know the ones that they don't consider flavored? The Virginia for the fucking Juuls and the fucking tobacco for the fucking Voos. Those aren't flavored though. Those are just straight cigarette flavor.
I'm gonna have to crawl behind my desk over there. I actually did buy an unflavored disposable, which is essentially just vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol.
I'm sure that tastes great.
Listen, as shitty as some of these products have been in the past, you might not be able to tell the difference between a flavored one that's crappy and an unflavored one. But you're not going to buy it again because it doesn't taste good. It doesn't satisfy you. But here the FDA has no problem blanket denying these products that have millions and millions of users across this country that are using it to not smoke cigarettes. FDA makes determinations on more than 99% of the 26 million tobacco products that don't contain any tobacco for which applications were submitted. Their job is just to confuse the public. Because if you learn the truth, you'd never trust them about anything. And what has that caused to happen here in the States? Well, cigarette smoking rates aren't going anywhere. Yeah, over time they've come down. Yeah, we're at the lowest point in recorded history. But imagine where we could be right now if they just get the fuck out of the way and let these products be sold everywhere.
Well, you know why they're going down? Because back in your day, they used to advertise fucking smoking on TV. Now they don't do it. Now they advertise stop smoking. And they have been.
Not stop smoking. Now they're advertising stop vaping. They forgot about smoking. They got it down to 11% and they're like, oh, we're doing good. And we've eliminated it in the children. And we've got a scientific study that goes and tells us the truth. No surprise, it's from Mariwa Glover from New Zealand, talking about how rather than trying to pat yourself on the back as tobacco control because, you think you did a wonderful job by pushing all these taxes and prohibitions and restrictions and no smoking here, no smoking there, no vaping anywhere, not even in your own house. You must dig a hole and climb into the hole if you want to actually use this stuff because, you're a leper. Just go crawl in a hole. Remove yourself from society because we don't want you. Rather than focusing on what actually is killing people. That's allowed to be sold everywhere. And is grandfathered in by the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act. They can never eliminate nicotine from cigarettes. It's against the law. They can never get rid of it. There's a whole list of things that they can't do. It is literally grandfathered into existence. So the only way to compete with that, if you're trying to be realistic, is to encourage product development of something that's more enjoyable, that satisfies that consumer's desires, and isn't going to kill them in the long run. This is not rocket science. You could present this to a 6-year-old and they would understand it. And maybe that's why teens don't pick up smoking anymore unless that's their only option.
You know, that map kind of amazes me. 0 to less than 12.5% of cigarette smoking in California.
They don't count cannabis smoking.
Only
tobacco smoking. And you don't count what's now made illegal. So when it's banned, San Francisco gets zero tax revenue from it. And they're celebrated. And it takes scientists to go around the beach going, hey man, the number of cigarette butts has gotten worse. We did a study here 10 years ago that counted the cigarette butts we found on the beach. Let's do it again. It got worse after they banned it. Wonder why? But people aren't buying the cigarettes here in the States. We've got the sales figures. They're buying them on the black market? What?
It's almost like everything's cheaper.
And we're not getting taxed money from all the cigarette sales? That's a double whammy. We shot ourselves in the foot. And then our foot turned around and shot us in the head. But we're not going to change what we're doing because then we have to admit that we were wrong in the first place. Right? That's what it boils down to.
Oh, and
these academics that have been at this their entire life need to stay focused. We did such a great job. Even when they are pro harm reduction and realize the benefits of vaping, they still refuse to admit that what they did didn't improve the situation. It only made it worse. Tobacco kills half of the users who don't quit. Maybe you need to specify how you consume that, because it makes a big difference when you look at any kind of the science on it. It isn't necessarily the tobacco that kills you. It is the combustion of it. I don't care whether you substitute out that plant for another plant, like when they had clove cigarettes. Those are horrible for your health. Some would argue that it's even worse than tobacco smoking. And they've done such a wonderful job that we're now up to 1.3 billion users. When I first made this video on this channel, making a mockery of this whole situation, there was only 1.1 billion. Now we're up to 1.3 billion. So all the stuff they're doing is working so well that the numbers of people that are smoking are getting worse. But you look at those charts that we looked at, and it's like, oh, well, California did a good job. All their numbers of smoking are down. Really? Maybe you need to actually do a head count and verify what you think is the truth, because that's not a reflection of reality. When everywhere you look, you see it and go, oh, it didn't work. The restrictions didn't work. I love this one. I did a story on this a long time ago too. Global State of Tobacco Harm Reduction. They keep putting out updates and they keep putting out, different informative papers and scientific study and research. And we're supposed to ignore it because it's ultimately, if you follow the money chain back, it goes back to big tobacco money that they invested to get the truth out there, right? This is all science that is funded. And when you have a scientist that is actually trying to research something, they don't care who gave them the money. They're wanting to answer a question. And when they answer the question, the answer is supposed to be the most truthful answer they can come up with through discovery. So how do we stand in the United States? Come on. United States. Smoking in the United States. 492,438 deaths. Costing 862.3 million euros. That's the estimated market size. And here we stand with other countries.
1 in 5 smoke? Oh, man, that's such a great statistic right there.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in the United States, man. Now, how about Canada? Can we get Canada? What's the information about Canada? How are they doing over there, man? They were pretty good about vaping for a while. So they got this latest health minister in there that's trying to eliminate everything, even the products that have hardly any harm whatsoever. They just simply aren't manufactured by a pharmaceutical company. So he still doesn't like them and still wants them banned. 17.7% in 2015. Wow. That's not pretty good. That seems pretty shitty. Projected to decrease to 9% by 2025. But it could be under 5% had they fully embraced harm reduction instead of taxing it to oblivion and banning flavors, and they just don't get it. How about Australia? We hear about Australia all the time, right? Come here. Australia, how you doing over there about cigarette smoking, huh? 22,223 deaths. Their smoking rate, the current population is 13%. 2.6 million smokers in Australia lighting a durry up every single day, all day long, at $50 or $60 a pack. No, they're not all paying $50 or $60 a pack. Why would they? The corner store, which is the black market, has them for 10. I give 5 packs for the price of one legitimate taxed pack from a gas station. And they've prohibited the single best way to quit smoking. So what are you going to do?
Who's number one, though?
Who's the worst in the world? East Asia, Philippines, or one of the other ones over here. Let's look at Japan.
Oh, about to look at some amazing numbers here.
Look at Japan. See how they're doing, man. Smoking in Japan. There has been a downward trend in current smoking prevalence in the general population in Japan. In both sexes, smoking prevalence declined from 32% in 2000 to 21% in 2015. Declining further to 19% in 2022. There are 21.2 million current smokers in Japan.
Male smoking went down 51% to 33. Those are great numbers. All because of the heat not burn devices.
So they're saying that the use of heat not burn has been blossoming since their introduction in 2014, right? With 12.9 million current users in 2022, which equates to about 11.8% of the population. And, you know, they love to bundle all this together when they come up with the number of smokers. So if you took a look at it there in 2022, 19.4% of the population is smoking. 11.8% coming off of that should reveal, according to the way I'm looking at this, the actual percentage of people smoking cigarettes versus using heat not burn. Am I wrong? That's the problem. You can't get straight up numbers for these things. You got to try and figure stuff out yourself. Most people don't give a shit about this. They only worry about themselves. How about Kenny's country? Well, let's take a look at Kenny's country. How's that working out over there? Huh? Smoking in the United Kingdom. The overall smoking prevalence in the UK has reduced significantly since 2021. 12.9% of the adult population in the UK are current smokers, down from 20.2% in 2011. Wow, that's almost half. Almost half of what it was. And that dropped in how many years? 2011? Where's the date? Down from 20.2% in 2011. The current rate is 12.9%. That kind of makes sense from some of the charts I've seen. that shows, where the United States is, where UK is, and then how Australia is just flatlined and actually raising some. They actually increased the number of smokers in Australia because their methods are so effective. How about New Zealand? New Zealand's going to be less than 5% smoking rate by the end of this year. 4,627 deaths every year. 12.7 million euros is the market size. Less than that, look what we have. Zimbabwe. What's UZB? OMN? BHS? BFA? I know BFE. I don't know what BFA is.
It's a crazy stat to compare. Look at their deaths, and now go to China.
China.
Yeah.
Smoking in China. Current smoking prevalence in the general population of China has been decreasing in recent years. In 2000, around 30% of the population were current smokers. This decreased in 15 years, 3% to 27%.
Roll down a little bit.
Decreased to 25%.
1.9 million deaths.
Two million people die each year in China due to tobacco smoking. Only 0.5% use e-cigarettes. 0.5% of the adult population in China vapes. And now, they're only allowed tobacco flavors. Unless they buy it on the black market. That's ridiculous. Kenny's right. This is all population control. We know the truth. We know the science behind this. We could change this if we really wanted to. They choose not to. They do the opposite of what needs to happen. Look at Hungary. 28%. 25.3% in China, 28% in Hungary, 27% in Poland, 27% in France, Estonia, 25%, Russia, 25%. They could end this. Adopting harm reduction, encouraging use of vaping products instead of combustion, they could change all this. Doing some of my research myself.
Mallery, the deaths out in India, it's only still less than 1 million. So they're up there too.
Yeah, let's go take a look at it. India.
Left. Going a long way. Oh,
I'm going a long way. Yeah, they're right next to China. There you go. They've been on a downward trend, and they completely banned vaping. There's been a downward trend in current smoking prevalence in the general population of India. Smoking prevalence was 19% in 2000, declining to 11.5% in 2015, with a further drop to 8.5% projected by 2025. Once again, I ask, is that an actual smoking rate, or is that based on sales volume from the legitimate market? I know people in India are vaping, and it's against the law. Don't know where they're getting it or how they're getting it. Or maybe it's like it is here in the United States. When they made the Marlboro Monopoly Protection Act, it bans the sale of these products that are not authorized by the FDA. But you as an individual, you can order whatever you want from wherever you want and get it at your house. Even the vape mail ban only applies to interstate commerce, not commerce from out of the country. There's no way to effectively enforce it. Almost 1 million people a year in India die from cigarette smoking. And they say it's only, 8%, 8.5% projected by 2025. Don't know what the real numbers are. However, I did some research and tried to compile some of this stuff ahead of time. And Sweden is the lowest. Smoking rate is currently 5.8% of their population. And the vape use is 1.1% of their population. I was not able to find out how many people use snus, which is what's been credited as the thing that got them to give up smoking. What I get for not taking my allergy pill today.
You know, if you scroll down a little further on that tobacco harm reduction website for India,
yeah,
they banned everything.
Sure did.
And so for less than 1 million people dying, if those numbers are true, those aren't bad. You know,
but like
not.
China, India has its own tobacco company. The country making a profit selling cigarettes to its residents. Doesn't surprise me. Norway, 21% in 2008, down to 11%. Finland, 26% in 2006, dropped to 19.7%, and vape use is less than 1%. The United States was 20.8% in 2006, down to 12.4%. Vape use is estimated at 3.7% of the population, which results in 9.1 million vapors in the United States. Canada, 17.7% in 2015, down to 16.2% in 2017 in 2 years, and dropped 1.5%. And the World Health Organization says that it's going to be 9% by 2025. How come we don't have any data about what percentage of Canada vapes? Japan, 32% in 2000 is down to 16.2% of the total population. And just like Nathan was talking about earlier, 25.6% of men and only 7.3% of women use tobacco in Japan.
I truly do think it's because of how open all of the smoking is. Like, you can go out to the airport, you can smoke. Pretty much everywhere you go, there's a smoking area. So they're pretty courteous to all their smokers.
It also has to do with physicians in Japan being aware of the scientific difference between combustible tobacco and heat-not-burn tobacco. If your doctors don't know nicotine, they can't suggest the right thing to do to get off of nicotine or to get off of combustible cigarettes. So what did they do? They did an internet-based survey indicating that heat-not-burn users in Japan increased from 0.2% in 2015 to 11.3% in 2019. And this is among the population from 15 to 69 years of age. The Japanese population-based survey reported that age-adjusted prevalence of lifetime heated tobacco product users was 14.1% in men and 3.7% of women. If you were to chart that, and I've seen the charted many times, it directly correlates. The number of people picking it up correlates with that statistically significant change in the number of smokers that are quitting because they're switching. It's common sense.
And in that article, too, they also do recognize that you don't get that same satisfaction.
No.
But they're probably and most likely going to continue to work on it to make sure that it's a better option than smoking cigarettes.
But they've already got a better option that is even less harmful. but they banned it. Most participating physicians had awareness of heated tobacco products. However, older physicians and certain specialists, other than internal medicine, lacked awareness. Even though a lack of evidence regarding heated tobacco products' long-term safety was perceived among Japanese physicians, they had fewer concerns about addiction and regulation. Physicians should receive training so they're informed. What's the point in getting the training when the people doing the training are telling them nothing but misinformation? That's how we got into this mess in the first place. So here's the thing I was talking about with the chart showing the late. Hello, copy, paste. Once again.
Oh, William, they have them everywhere, by the way. Like they have a Shinkansen, which is like their fast train. They have smoking rooms on there too. It's just so universal there. It's amazing.
On ferries, they have smoking rooms. That's interesting. So here you go. Here's the chart I was talking about. Heated tobacco sales. Tell me that that is not something worthy of considering a correlation.
It is. It's amazing.
A significant correlation. Because you could literally flip the heated tobacco sales and put that on top of the other one, and you see the transition from one to the other. And if this is less harmful, then it should be celebrated and should be encouraged. It's not rocket science, people.
I just can't wait till the heat not burn take over the cigarettes. Won't be long.
Yeah. Then you've got people like Australia that totally messed the whole thing up because they totally don't get any of it. Vaping rates among Australian adults in 2022 to 2023. Vaping use includes vaping daily, weekly, monthly, or less than monthly. Vaping rates have been rising over the past decade with a rapid increase in young adults over the past few years. Why do they always have to focus on just that? In 2022 to 2023, they found the report was 6.8% of Australians used vapes, up from 2.6% in 2019. And guess what? That's not going to change just because you make them pharmacy only. People are going to choose the less harmful product. You're asking about New Zealand? This is the part that's really got me. Delete. Know what I'm doing now. I finally realized I caught myself in the act.
What are you doing?
Not moving my finger over. So I copy and then I copy again instead of paste. Want to talk about New Zealand? Smoking rates and how they're changing in New Zealand. Smoking rates in Aotearoa, New Zealand, continue to decrease. Currently, an estimated 6.8% of adults are daily smokers, and 8.3% of adults are current smokers. (6.8%) down from 8.6% last year, and down from 16.4% in 2011. Youth adults, 3.9%. The Mallery, they've cut themselves in half. When I first started this channel, looking at Pacific people and Mallery and all those indigenous people over there, their smoking rate was through the roof. One of the highest I've ever seen. Only the time I've ever seen rates as high as that is when I saw some scientific studies about truck drivers and lawyers. And the percentage of that population that smoked. But see, the thing is, when you start dealing with things like that, you also have to take into consideration cultural aspects. It's not as simple as, oh man, here's a vape. Just use this instead of smoking. If there's religious implications there, ceremonial implications. there's their current rates. Current smoking's in blue. Year 10 students. These are the underage users. That's their smoking rate. In 1999, almost 30% of year 10 students smoked regularly. That's down to like 2 or 3% now.
I want to know what happened in 1999 that they were like, oh, maybe we should actually start looking into how many kids like actually smoke cigarettes.
They've been working on this for a long time. Tobacco control's been around for as long as I've been alive. So, speaking of the Mallery, it's one of the world's toughest anti-smoking laws. The Mallery see a major flaw with this setup. No, go away. Teresa Butler started smoking at 8 years of age. Her mother would give her $5 to go to the shop in Christchurch, New Zealand, and buy a pack of cigarettes. Then I would buy some lollies with the change. Butler recounts. At home, her job was simple. Run the lighter and the cigarettes to her mother every hour or whenever she yelled out, "Teresa, bring me some smokes." And she didn't just bring the cigarettes, she grabbed the pack. I take the cigarette out, put it in my mouth, light it, and take the cigarette to my mother. I knew how to inhale it. She had no idea, nor did she really care. Great article, linked in the description below. I'm not going to actually go through it all, but she tells us a story about how she started smoking and talking about New Zealand's bold goal to become smoke-free by 2025. And how the changes in the laws and the changes in the requirements have specific problems when it comes to the indigenous population and their communities. And warnings like that does not change how people use these products. Causes gum disease and stinking breath. You become immune to it. And you can't just, oh, I'm going to quit. That's not how it works. It's not that simple. Forget about the fact that these stores in these remote communities rely on every dollar that they make to make ends meet. So when you took and you made vapes only available at certain places, well, all these people lost all those sales. And the new law is cutting down the number of places where cigarettes are being sold. Which, I mean, when you look at the situation on a population level, you can't help but say, oh, that's a good idea. But there are real costs and impacts to everything that you do in society and change in society. Look how they have to have them behind closed doors. Kind of like takes away from the fact you put these scary labels on them, right? Can't see them. But they do have views available. Anyway. Deep diving. Too much information for you. How about we take a look and find out about Australia's firebombing? Well, here we have, I told Vaping IT I was going to show this. There you go. Purdue Foods is recalling more than 167,000 pounds of frozen chicken nuggets and tenders because possible presence of metal in the product. Just what you want to bite in your chicken nugget. Here's how good our food safety is, right? Ready? I'm out of here, dude. Can't lock me up. And I was wrong. I did find it. It is still on Twitter. Remember this one?
Is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no sensible argument on that level.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we know if there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no sensible argument on that level.
Yeah. There's not a lot of research that's been done on the effects of these yet either. Do we
Simon
know
Chapman's telling us the
if
truth.
there is anything harmful inside them in terms of the vapor?
Look, if you compare a cigarette and you compare one of those things, there's no contest. These are a lot less dangerous.
Yeah.
There's no
So why are you fighting them?
argument on that level.
Yeah.
Jonathan Folds brings this out. Some tobacco history for you. Harvesting tobacco down the road in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, primarily for cigars. The term stogie is actually named after Conestoga, Pennsylvania, where the early cigars and wooden wagons were made, and consequently transported across the country by wagoneers smoking stogies. Tobacco fields. Pennsylvania's cash crop. I'm not even going to get into this one today. We'll save that one for next week. They scammed you on skin cancer when the sun is actually good for you. Now they're scamming you again on cholesterol to sell you lifetime medication. And how that lifetime medication has multiple side effects that I've seen firsthand in my mother, who was forced to take these high cholesterol medications. We'll get into that next week. Here you go. Ready? You're going to love this one. Zero deaths from smoking this year. What do you think?
Yeah, that number will never be true. Oh, well, I'm alive at least.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at my bookmarks and see how we check out their latest Australian fire bombings. 92. Now we're up to 92 fire bombings. Oh, you're not in Australia. You're not allowed to watch this.
Gotta love the government trying to hide all the good stories from you.
Oh, but it'll let you link to the commercial that's playing. It just won't play anything else. Come on now.
A van has been torched in front of a Glenroy tobacco store in the early hours of this morning. 3 people were spotted pouring accelerant over the vehicle before setting it alight around 5. They then ran from the scene. The facade suffered smoke damage, but the flames were contained to the vehicle. Investigators are exploring links to the ongoing Chop Chop turf war.
Chop Chop turf war! Might have something to do with how excessive your taxes are. Huh? No? Melton tobacco store firebombed. We gonna be allowed to see this one? No. Not allowed. Subscribe. High tobacco tax, excise, and vaping prohibition did this. Tobacconist licensing, as proposed by the Victorian government, is not going to fix it. Of course not. Another picture of the Melton fire bombed tobacco shop. Congratulations, Australia. You're utter failure. Complete rubbish.
I kind of believe 251 here. They're protecting you.
Your microphone is so far away from you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they can hear it.
They're all just protecting you from all this wonderful government propaganda.
Utterly preposterous. What else? There was something else that I wanted to talk about, and I can't remember exactly what it was. Specific substances that are banned in Europe but are allowed for sale in the United States. Olestra. Fat substitute, still for sale in the United States. If you use it and eat foods with it, you'll be running to the bathroom. That's how well it works. Gives you diarrhea. Growth hormones in beef. Chlorine washed chicken. It isn't just chlorine like, you know, the chlorine you have in your pool, but it's the fact that all the chickens, 175 chickens a minute moving down this assembly line, are sprayed with this peroxide type acid, chlorine, and a bunch of other things. And it's not allowed in Europe because in Europe they say that it hides the fact that you weren't taking proper cleanliness precautions with the chicken. How about carrageenan? It's in dairy products. Potassium bromate is in bread products. I can't even pronounce this one. Another one in bread and pastries. Azatocarbonamide? Brominated vegetable oil. I talked about that one before. Certain artificial food dyes that are not good for you, cause cancer and have all kinds of health problems. Yellow number 5 and 6 and red number 40 specifically are banned in Europe. And how about recombinant bovine growth hormone? Allowed in the United States, not in Europe.
Still just all amazes me.
Listen, I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna drop the link in. I need to find that. For the actual Tucker Carlson episode where these people are talking, because it was just like shocking. That's what got me to do this research this week and talk about all this stuff, because it was just, I didn't realize how bad the situation was. We make fun of the FDA on a regular basis because they can't get vaping right. And here it turns out they've been doing a bunch of stuff wrong this whole time. You know, the food pyramid and the whole horrible progression of that, and how you can directly tie that to the fact that Big Tobacco took over Kraft and a bunch of the other processed food companies. I don't think they have them anymore. I think they sold them off. But the point is the new companies aren't changing the formulations now. When people make a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese, they expect it to taste like the last one they made. And the reason why they want it so bad is because it's been made addictive. But there's no banning of on YouTube about, you know, addictive food or mukbanging. That's allowed. That's not going to hurt your health. Mallory's like, I don't know who's worse, the FDA or the World Health Organization. That should be a show on itself. Meanwhile, here in the United States, because the food and the drug lobbies are so powerful with Congress and so good at getting amendments and riders put into the budget every year, they're called subsidies. Our corn, our soy, and our wheat is fully subsidized and requires massive use of pesticides that are leaching into our water supply. That is no longer guaranteed safe to drink. That's why bottled water sales are through the roof. Meanwhile, you've got more lobbyists currently in Congress pushing to cover Ozempic. Have you heard about Ozempic?
I have.
New pill for obesity.
New craze.
Yeah. You take the Ozempic and it's supposed to like make you skinny. Because, you know, it just changes the way that you metabolize food. So anyway, there's new lobbyists are currently pushing Congress to cover Ozempic for anybody in the United States that is obese and receiving Medicare, Medicaid, or government supplemented insurance. And do you know how much this is going to cost the American taxpayer for just covering Ozempic for anybody that qualifies?
At least in the 100 million. If you're considering all the people on Medicare, Medicaid, and all like the government insurance, it's gotta be a high number.
Nah, man. Here, let me try and give you a little hint here, okay? What percent of according to CDC, 41.9% of adults in the United States age 20 and older are as fat as I am.
1 in 3 are overweight, 2 in 5 have obesity.
Care to recalculate how much this would cost to give Ozempic to everybody that qualifies?
We gave it to everybody that qualifies in the billions. Because I'm sure this drug...
$3 trillion.
That's not cheap.
$3 trillion. During this video, where Tucker Carlson was interviewing the authors of this book, they said so many things that were just like, holy cow. Yeah, I knew that the government was subsidizing corn, soy, and wheat. And that's why we have high fructose corn syrup in there. And, you know, there's multiple conversations about what that does to our metabolism and our cellular metabolism and our insulin resistance and a bunch of other issues. But rather than actually dealing with the actual root cause of the problem, making everybody fat and unhealthy in the United States, we're just going to cover the pharmaceutical sales of the product that's supposed to magically fix the obesity problem. For $3 trillion, $3 trillion a year, you could feed every single American with a healthy supply of organic food that would reverse the obesity and reverse the disease and death epidemics that we see in this country.
Yeah, but you know, the politicians, the way they see it is they buy the drug for everybody, which makes the manufacturer need more people to make the drugs, which produces more jobs. So then it looks good on them because on top of them wasting $3 trillion, they also produce jobs, which would be great for them to get reelected.
Go back to the war times. During World War II, they used to give people, that's why they're called food stamps, because you would literally get a book of little stamps. And you could give out a new food source supplementation program that only applies to fruits, vegetables, dairy, and meat. No processed foods whatsoever. It never passed Congress because all the lobbyists for the processed food industries and the big pharmaceutical companies would not have you make the population of America healthy with one simple change. And it would be more effective than giving everybody Balestra or Ozempic.
You know what you might need to add?
Flavors, hello and welcome. No, Kenny is not dead. He's working.
I'm just Kenny's evil twin. Don't worry.
So
I won't do too much.
We have a Kenny fanboy here who's joined us for the show before he goes back to Japan.
You might have to add one of those sounds from South Park where they're like, "They killed Kenny."
There you go. There's a new sound effect. I've got a bunch of them. I don't have "You Killed Kenny."
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Got that one. How about Mrs. Doubtfire? Have we heard from Mrs. Doubtfire in a while? Hello. Sorry.
That sounds like you when you haven't had your coffee.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? You know, maybe it's time for us to dump into a little bit of alcohol. What do you say to that?
That sounds good right about now.
Alcohol that is not attractive to children. Because that would be bad, right?
Oh, yeah. Same with vaping. Oh, man, that's so bad, too.
Yeah. We're professionals. Don't do this at home. Entertainment exclusively, not my enjoyment. I have some hard Mountain Dew available in a convenient pounder, advertised as having 0 sugar. Huh? What? But it does have alcohol, 5% alcohol by volume, for 21 and over only. Please drink responsibly, as this contains alcohol, not meant for children. Uh-oh. See, that's what happens when you have Alzheimer's. I forget. Oops.
Oh, you want to swap me? You can have the Baja Blast if you want.
Okay. Nathan, what do you got for us?
I got us a wonderful little Baja Blast. If I was a kid, I would have drank this. It just looks like a regular Mountain Dew to me, to be honest.
It does look like a Mountain Dew. Big, massive can of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they sell these nowadays, too. The massive cans.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I've never had this before. Not horrible. You can definitely taste the alcohol in it.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so long since I've actually had a Mountain Dew, I can't tell you if it tastes like Mountain Dew anymore.
Oh, I had one this morning. Oh. Doesn't really taste like a Baja Blast. It tastes like a bunch of alcohol diluted with water, like water and a little bit of Mountain Dew.
It tastes like a rerun.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't come up with an original idea, so we're going to rerun this whole Mountain Dew theme.
Well, you remember back when they had the... Wow, what was it? It was like the throwback Mountain Dew. It was like the throwback Mountain Dews. Back in the good old days.
You don't have to.
You gotta have fun with it, don't you? Know?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because it's time for some fun. We're kind of skimpy on the dad jokes this week. Let me check our social media things. Did anybody drop any pets for us? Do we have any pets in Facebook?
So you say we're skimpy on the dad jokes, which is kind of funny because I just dropped about.
That's all right. I've been saving up for a while.
Oh yeah. I've also been saving up. I do apologize.
We do have a hand check, thanks to our loyal watcher William Dobson.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this. Check that out.
That's pretty nice.
That's the DovePo V and the Drop RDA. In my opinion, a mod that was overlooked by most people. Yeah. Kind of like this Jabo mod from Wismec. I love the fact, like a drop in it, the batteries sit in a tray that just slides into the back of the... You drop your batteries in.
And it slides in. Oh, that's nice.
And this is all metal. And this is all metal. Talk about tough. Love the thing. What else do we have? Hand checks. What do I have for hand checks this week? 1. And this is actually thanks to Michael Redfern posting it on Twitter.
Oh,
check that out.
I used to have one of those. Those were great. I was smoking that out in the desert. I truly love the leather feel on those. Those are really nice.
Yeah. No, I have not tried our new vape. We don't have a retro vape this week, ladies and gentlemen. I did mention it earlier, though. We have a disposable that's supposed to be smartwatch function. Wireless connection, can make and receive phone calls, 3 levels of power, it plays music, has a smart touch screen, overcharge protection, and a 900 milliamp hour battery. 30,000 puffs.
We definitely have to try that call feature later, too. I'll have to give you a call.
Listen, it's not as good as the Wismec one, the speaker, the active one.
Yeah. That whole thing just a speaker?
Bluetooth speaker mod. The Wismec Active. You never seen this?
No. They need to sell this in Australia as a speaker.
Listen, there was so much backlash when that came out onto the market because they were like, that's only attractive to kids. No adult wants to use a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah, I definitely need a Bluetooth speaker.
It was a great idea, except for the fact that the battery doesn't last worth shit. Not when you're trying to vape it and use it as a speaker. I worked on the car the one time, took that thing out there, and it died. Not even get the brakes changed before it was dead. It was a great idea.
You should have just...
They should have made the batteries replaceable.
No, you should have just hot-wired it to the car battery. The battery will last
that
forever.
Thing could have been powered by dual 21700 batteries. It would have been easy to change out. Much more functional than what it is with a sealed battery. Now you can get a disposable. It does it too. All right. No hand checks. Time to go on to dad jokes. You ready for dad jokes?
I am ready for dad jokes. Are you ready for dad jokes?
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Lost.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road to chase them clouds?
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope. I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
The human race is definitely not going to make it, are we? Turn, knob, then pull.
I want to know how many people tried to pull and then turn the knob.
You know what? You remind me of a software update. Whenever I see you, I usually think, not now, man. There you go. Which one you going in?
Neither. Wait, what is that? Freaking Galactica? That's gotta be Galactica. Either that or it's Tetris. That or it's going to porta potty.
It's Hooters and nuts, dude. You got Hooters, you go to the left. If you got nuts, you go to the right. New prices. Biden's sitting there bragging about how he's negotiated prices for drugs, right? Eliquis was $5.21. Now it's $2.31. Jardiance, $197 a month. Xarelto, $197 a month. Januvia for your diabetics, $113 a month. Farxiga, $178.50. And Tresto for heart failure. Well, you either fork over $300 a month or die of heart failure. And if you got arthritis, psoriasis, or psoriatic arthritis, $2,355 a month for Enbrel.
That's my whole paycheck. I just have to pay my whole paycheck just to survive.
How is it surviving if you have no money for food or rent or utilities? And if you eat this wonderful processed food and get blood cancer, you can take this Imbruvica for $9,319 a month.
On my salary, I could afford that every other month.
I don't think it's going to be very effective if you can only afford it every other month.
Yeah.
And don't feel bad, man. If you cannot afford this other medicine here for psoriatic arthritis, well, you can take Stelara. It only costs $5,000 a month. And that's the negotiated price for something that costs them like $5 or $10 to make. This isn't the free market, folks. You want to cry the blues of, oh, this is socialism. You don't regulate prices. This is a rigged market. They take these pills, and as soon as the patent runs out, and it should go to a generic equivalent that you can pick up for, I don't know, $15, $20 a month, they change the patent and repatent it by adding something into it to reduce the side effects that they knew existed when they came out with this pill in the first place.
Oh, yeah. And on top of that, can't they just change the coating of the pill? Change like one small ingredient on the coating of the pill and be like, oh, this is a new drug. Oh,
that's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. And then the patent continues on. Did you know if you swear a lot, you're probably more honest and trustworthy than people who don't? Researchers have found that if you use unfiltered speech in the form of curse words, you're more comfortable expressing your unfiltered thoughts and feelings, too. You're also more likely to have higher verbal intelligence.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know that.
And emotional intelligence. Relax, man. I'm unarmed. You know, next time you think about eating a chicken, remember that they have a family, too. Just like you. Yo, dude, that's why I order a family bucket at KFC. No one's left behind. We're all good. And if you think that your political party is looking out for you and protecting you from an ever-increasing national debt, here is every single president since Jimmy Carter mapped out along with the national debt.
Isn't that chart wrong, though? Aren't we up to like $35 trillion in debt now?
Yeah. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome.
Oh, he's been here. He said he was out in the garden.
I will not be forced to learn a foreign language to accommodate my country. Yeah, man, that would really suck. I've been doing it wrong, man. I did it wrong with you guys. When I had one of these things, I put it up around you to keep you from getting to the things that might hurt you. Here, this is what the modern expectation is. You just put it around you and let the kid do whatever they want. Because the government's going to protect that kid. It's the government's job to protect your children, not yours. Billions of people worldwide tell the WHO to go fuck itself. Fact checked by the People's Voice community. I like that, man.
I second that.
Trending politics. The U.S. is the third in the murders throughout the world. We rank third for the number of murders committed in our country. However, if you remove Chicago, Detroit, Washington, D.C., St. Louis, and New Orleans, the U.S. drops to 189th out of 193 countries. By the way, all 5 of those cities have very strict gun laws.
Oh, man, that just shows that...
Just a coincidence. You can't draw causation from correlation.
Banning things does not work.
I don't get people like Jeff Bezos. If I had $1 billion, I'd impulsively start fixing shit. Homeless vets? Pfft, gone. I don't think so. Hungry children? Pfft, not on my watch. You could be Batman. What a waste. What a waste of a human being going out and buying a yacht. Does he even have enough friends to fill that yacht?
I mean, you're that rich. Do you really need friends?
Yeah, buy everything you want. Statistically, a gun is far less likely to be used in a crime than a senator is.
Just reminds me of this picture. A guy puts a gun down on a chair and he's like, hey, go kill people. Go, you're free.
Speaking of weaponry that we bought and paid for, next time a politician talks about a war, remember it took them 20 years to replace the Taliban with a better armed Taliban riding around in our military equipment. Truth hurts, man. You know it's true. We left all that shit over there for them. And they're still there.
It's all because of that sham of a military operation where they just pulled everybody out and they're like, oh, yep, here you go. Here's all our stuff.
You hear Trump talking about it?
No.
He's like, you mean to tell me it's cheaper for us to leave the equipment there than it is to fill it up with gas and fly it to another air base somewhere?
Yeah. Because then you also got to think about the maintenance that needs done on it and all this extra stuff. That's where, like, the airfield we were in Bagram. They were supposed to bomb it as soon as we left, but they never did. So now the Taliban just has everything.
Bezos needed to remove a bridge in order to get his new yacht out of port. Oh, holy cow. Phil Donahue passed away this week. Everybody's like, oh, Phil Donahue passed away. People forget when the mainstream media ousted him because he disagreed with us going to war in Iraq. Anyway, how many of you out there remember Gary Webb? Most of you don't even know who Oliver North is. You're not going to remember Gary Webb. In 1996, Gary Webb exposed how the CIA hired drug traffickers to sell massive amounts of cocaine in the United States in order to raise untraceable funds to finance a terrorist organization who were trying to overthrow the Nicaraguan government. These massive shipments of cocaine ultimately sparked the crack epidemic that decimated the inner cities during the 1990s. As a result, mainstream media vilified Gary Webb and destroyed his career. No shocker there. How many journalists do we see talking on their own platforms now because you went against the mainstream media and our pharmaceutical and our processed food industry advertisers?
Well, it's not even that, too. It's like Tucker Carlson. He didn't want to talk about politics. He talked about the wrong thing, and they're like, nope, you're fired. And he was like, yeah, screw it. I'm just going to start my own news.
And boy, isn't it amazing how the topics of conversation on his shows now aren't limited to anything.
They're so entertaining.
They're so informative. Things that you had suspected, you get a rude awakening that you weren't even touching the surface of it, man, with what you thought was the truth. Now you get these people on there talking about things in the way that they really see things as, and they explain to you in scientific detail how reality is compared to what you thought it was. And it's life altering. It really is. The content that is now available has become life altering from these people that have been banned from mainstream media. Anyway, mainstream media vilified Gary Webb and destroyed his career, which also destroyed his marriage, but he refused to back down. In 2004, he was found dead with 2 bullets in his head. His death was ruled a suicide. No surprise. This man literally lost everything to give us a glimpse of the truth going on in this country. And if you think this shit isn't going on right now, must be taking some pretty good drugs. Or maybe you're eating this roast beef and criminalized onion relish.
Wonder what crime it committed.
It criminated the impersonation of onion. How much faith do you have in the human race? Well, I look both ways at a roundabout. If bees earned minimum wage, that jar of honey you eat would cost $182,000. Universal healthcare is such a complex beast that only 32 of the world's 33 developed nations have been able to figure out a way to make it work. You know, sometimes you just got to learn to leave your problems behind. Problem solved. You want the tire? You got the tire. And there's 2 viewpoints on most issues that we see nowadays. There's a positive one and a negative one. Sometimes you just need to shift your perspective a little to understand what's really going on. Okay, what do you see? Do you see a black and white image or a color image?
I see both. The train tracks are black and white, but everybody's in color.
You take a close look at it, it's actually a black and white image that has a grid shaded in with colors. Your brain fills in the difference.
Huh.
Isn't that weird?
The amazing thing people can do with technology. They can trick other people into believing what they think is right.
It's not a trick if you understand the science. And this is what it's like when I snore versus when the dogs snore. That's Mrs. Hunky Vape's look on her face. Oh, isn't that adorable? Actually, she's no longer this glamified by it, because now we have them on both sides of our bed. Maggie's on my side of the bed. The other two dogs on her side of the bed. And sometimes it's a chorus. It's like a barbershop quartet of snoring at night. Hold on a second. They have legit facts checkers that actually know all the facts? Hey, man, why not set up a channel on TV and just, give us the facts? You might actually be able to call it like the news or something. Because the shit we're watching nowadays is just propaganda. Marketing. I'll just leave that one there. You can read that. Read that.
Turkey breast. Made 100% Australian pork. I guess it's all about perspective. Some people see it as a turkey breast. Some other people see it as pork.
Uh-huh. Fact and the reality is they're fucking us no matter what part of the world you're living in.
Made in Australia.
Keep in mind, my hero. You know who that is?
No.
Don't know who that is?
No.
You don't know George Carlin?
Oh, I thought that was Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter. Oh, God. Keep in mind, the news media are not independent. They are sort of a bulletin board and public relations firm for the ruling class. The people who run things. Those who decide what news you will or will not hear are paid by and tolerated purely at the whim of those who hold economic power. If the parent corporation doesn't want you to know something, it won't be on the news, period. Or, at the very least, it'll be slanted to suit them and then barely followed up by anyone.
You know what's crazy? Is actually, we were going to pick up pizza at Lenovo. Great pizza, by the way. But I walk in and I see the guy has the news on there. DNC National Convention riot. I understand. Why can't they just push like puppies and kittens? Everybody loves to see puppies and kittens.
Some people would love it that way. Why do hospitals offer this instead of this?
They do. Kind of. I don't know if you've been down to Children's. They offer fruit cups like that have been aged for like a week just sitting there. And they offer the fattening foods like steaks and burgers and all that.
Yeah, but like you pointed out, when you go to McDonald's in Japan, it is nothing like the McDonald's here in the States.
Oh, you're making me miss it. You're going to make me fly back early just to go have McDonald's.
Have some healthy food for a change at a fast food joint. Careful, mate. That's a foreigner who wants your cookie. See? It's the same shit. Whether you're in Australia or Europe or United States or Canada, it doesn't matter what country you live in. It's the same propaganda. That's disgusting, dude. I used to love those strawberry shortcake things. And let me tell you, I had one before where I dropped it, all right? When I was a kid, ice cream truck came by, sold us one of these things. It wasn't owned by Nestle back then. It was some local dairy company that made these things, right? And when it melted, that's not what it looked like. That's like a sludge factory right there. The modern day Nestle. And some more reality for you. You can try all you want to try and make the place a better world. There's a million people out there trying to tear it all down, no matter what you do. Safe and effective is not one lie. It's two lies. It's neither safe nor effective. Thank God you're home. Somebody broke in and ate your rotisserie chicken again. Wasn't us.
That ever happened to you? You ever came home and all three of them?
Listen, you don't know the story about Lucy and the chicken soup I was making?
No, I don't.
I legit made chicken soup from scratch, right? Something I don't typically only do in the wintertime and only if somebody's sick. Go to the store and buy all the ingredients, make this chicken soup, right? Big ass pot of chicken soup. You start off first by making the broth. And how do you make the broth? You take a chicken, you add some salt, peppercorns in there and put it in the water with some carrots and celery, onions, and you boil it for hours until it literally will fall apart when you try and take it out of the pot. Right? You gather all that out, you filter all that water out, and that's now your chicken broth for the chicken soup, of which you're going to cook again with fresh carrots and celery that you only cook for a short period of time because then you add the noodles and it's done. You take the chicken out because you want it to cool because you're going to shred it and put those chicken pieces back into the soup. So I had the chicken pulled out of the chicken soup that I made, the original broth, and it was sitting on the kitchen counter. I had to go take a leak. I went and took a leak, and I came back downstairs to shred the chicken. Gone. The whole thing was gone. Mystery was solved shortly thereafter when I found the dog finishing it off. She come into the kitchen with a piece of chicken and the skin hanging off of her lip. Wouldn't do nothing. She paid the price. And diarrhea for the next 3 days because she ate a whole chicken herself.
Oh, man. Sounds like
fully cooked down.
You should have changed your dinner options that night from chicken soup to Chinese. General Sosa probably would have been really good, too.
No. Soup was still good. Didn't have any real chicken in it anymore. You know, journalism is printing what somebody else doesn't want to have printed. Because when you only print what they want printed, it's called public relations. Even in a 1984 world, it's just public relations. And I think it's a good idea that our economy should be measured by how the bottom 30% are doing in the supermarket, not how the top 1% are doing in the stock market.
And the sad part is, some of those top 1% are politicians.
You can read this one.
Would you kindly fix the road? I was already taxed to fix. So I'm not causing damage to the car. I'm already taxed annually to drive, which I purchased with the income you already taxed, which sits in the driveway of my home that is highly taxed.
Not a big request, I don't think. The worst part about losing your glasses is that you don't have your glasses to help find your glasses. True story.
No, I think they make something for that. It starts with a C. You might help me out with that. I know you don't have them, but they're a prescription.
The Honas are prescription only?
No, contacts.
Oh.
Well, those are a bitch to find too whenever you don't have them in.
They're disposable now, like everything else in society. Here's a good card for you to carry in your wallet. I was admiring your parking. I had no idea that the blind people were allowed to drive too.
I think I was going to follow you around and put that on your car everywhere you go.
You know me, I don't go anywhere anymore. Back in my day, the only time we started panic buying was when the bartender shouted, "Let's call!"
Yeah, it still happens to me. You'd be out at the bar, it'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh.
This is a true fact, man.
Always.
Good corn is always sold by the side of the road. Usually on an unaccompanied trailer.
Or out of the back of their truck, too.
Electrician wanted. Experience required this time. This is you and your coworkers watching the manager freak out over something that you told them about months ago. All right. Should have listened to us. What movie is that from?
Shawshank. Oh, that was a good movie.
Police are now selling speed in this area. Hey, man, the cops are hurting as bad as we are.
Yeah, they got to start selling drugs, too. Still not authorized by the FDA, though.
But they still do it. I know one that went to jail for it. Once elected, I promised to become a vegetarian. Here you will.
Says all politicians.
Canned goods in case of emergency. Please stock up. That kind of reminds me of the dad joke we had last week, where it says every time a politician lies, I go buy a box of ammo. Speedo limit, 165 pounds. Man, you can't wear Speedo? What's up with that? Here's a true fact for you. My son wanted me to consume high alcohol content beverage this week for our alcoholic beverage review. He's like, what do you want to do shots of this week? I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. Anyway.
Oh, don't worry. I told him when I get to Japan, I'm going to send him back some bottles of soju, which used to be unregulated. So there will be an episode coming soon where he won't be coherent at the end.
So, do you know why it's called a shot of whiskey?
No, I don't.
It goes back to the Wild West. In the Old West, a .45 cartridge for a 6-gun cost 12 cents, and so did a glass of whiskey. If a cowhand was low on cash, he would offer to give the bartender a cartridge in exchange for the drink. And that's why it became known as a shot of whiskey.
Huh.
Pretty cool, eh?
The more you know.
The more you know. It's only been 10 years since they've been working on it. Least they can do when they're done is to entertain us for a while.
Yeah, knowing PennDOT, though, that road would never be open. Always be closed.
Or it'd be open and still have a bunch of potholes in it. I accidentally drank hot water with my laxative.
Oh, holy water.
Now I'm about to have a religious movement. Holy water. I botch it up all the time, don't I?
Yeah, you do. That Alzheimer's kicking in.
Yeah, well, once again, your monthly reminder of bend over. Got the electric bill? It went up $100 since last month. Used to be less than $100 a month. My last bill was $364, which is $100 more than it was last month. We didn't use any more this month than we did last month. The weather was about the same the entire month.
You want to know what's funny? You'll never guess how much my utilities cost in Japan. You'll never guess.
How much?
Guess.
$20.
A little more.
30.
A little more.
50.
Yep. And you're paying what, like $200 alone for just the electric bill at least? I pay $50 for all of it.
All year it's been around $268. Last bill said 300 something.
Yeah, if you guys are ever interested, just move out to Japan. Living's cheap. $50 for utilities, and it's like close to $1,000 for a really nice brand new home.
You can read this joke.
I don't care if monkeypox joins forces with HIV and COVID to become a Marvel Comics supervirus. I'll never comply with another public health order for the rest of my life.
Anyone else? You don't have a choice, man. In the military, they're going to give you your jab whether you want it or not.
Kind of like the boy who cried wolf at this point.
Yeah. You know, you're getting old when you're entering your birth year online and have to spin that thing like you're on the Wheel of Fortune. United States of America. I don't judge people based on color, religion, race, sexuality, gender, ability, or size. I base it on whether they're an asshole or they're not an asshole. You want to read this one?
Oh, no, I'll let you read it.
During the Great Depression, a lot of farmers in the United States were unable to pay their mortgages and had their homes foreclosed. Later, when the bankers would try to sell off the farms at public auctions, the previous owner and the rest of the community would show up with guns. The original owner would bid a ridiculously low amount of money, and anyone with the cojones big enough to bid any higher would get their ass kicked in. The original owner would walk away with their farm back and only a couple dollars lost for their trouble. That's why they call these penny auctions. I call it bringing a community together.
We need to bring those back. I see houses nowadays that they're selling for like $500,000. Like that one out where like my mom lives. And the only thing special is it has an indoor pool. They want $500,000. And I'm like, I'm tempted to go up there and be like, hey.
In a community that consistently destroys and flattens 20 homes a year. The entire time I've been here, they've slowly been flattening and demolishing 15, 20 homes, depending on how much money they get from the federal grants, to level these dilapidated homes that are marked unsafe for inhabitants anymore.
So what Japan does, right? They have the same homes because, you know, all the teens in them, they move to the big city. They'll hold those houses up for auction. They'll have houses down there for like $5 to $10 grand. And the only thing is that you have to put so much money into it or improve the house by so much by like 3 to 5 years. They have a lot of people doing it too. Granted, most of these houses, they're pretty nice.
That's when the government actually cares about its population. This old lady came into the bank I work at to withdraw $10. I told her that for withdrawals less than $100, she must use the ATM. So she asked to withdraw $1,000 in $10 bills. It sucked, but I counted it out and handed her the money. She took $10 out of it, gave me $990 back, and said, I want to deposit this. Stupid rules. Expected outcome.
What is it called? Malicious compliance? Everybody needs to do that a little bit in their day.
There's some malicious compliance for you. Nobody's getting shit this year. Santa has seen what you've been doing, and he's boycotting at Christmas this year. We really aren't going to make it, are we?
No.
Online death certificate request. Who is on the death certificate? The person listed on the death certificate is myself or someone else.
So here's a question for you. Back when you worked as a paramedic and somebody would die and you shocked them back to life, did they still get a death certificate?
No.
Oh. So they can't wipe out their debt?
No.
What?
But I'm sure somebody will try.
I mean, I would. I'd buy a house first, though.
Total burning ban. No campfires. Don't even fart out there. In Australia. Shout out to the people who have invisible symptoms, are unable to function when in extreme pain, hide their illnesses well, don't seem sick, have flare-ups when no one else sees them, fight the daily battle that others can never see. You got this, man. You're doing an awesome job. Don't let them bring you down. Did you know in 1997, a 14-year-old Nathan Zohner got 43 out of 50 ninth graders to vote in favor of banning dihydrogen monoxide, also known as water? The hoax was a science fair project, which he titled, How Gullible Are We? He not only won the science fair, he also inspires the term Zohnerism, defined as the use of a fact to lead a scientifically ignorant public to false conclusions.
Kind of sounds like the FDA to me.
And here are some of literally the best words ever concocted. How many you recognize? How many do you use?
The one that pops out the most. Super Troopers, the original, right? They're out smoking weed there and there, and the chief walks in. He's like, next person to say shenanigans is getting pistol whipped across the head. Hey, Farvo, what's that place that you like that has all that goofy shit on the walls? Oh, you mean shenanigans? They start all handling their pistols to them.
Oh. How many of you out there heard malarkey before Biden started chomping at the bits to use that word? Thingamajig. What is flummoxed? You know what flummoxed is?
Nope.
Fucked it up. Dingleberry. Gobbledygook. How about canoodle?
I've heard canoodle before. You ever gone down to the old campground and canoodle around?
Poppycock. I don't swim.
I haven't heard that one used before, but does that technically count as a swear word though? Because it has cock in it?
No. So does your mother. That's not a swear word.
Yeah, but she's got a lot of things there.
See? I told you, this guy was the class clown his entire life. No topics are off limits. It's a joke.
It really is.
Not a hard-on. It's a joke. Idolizing a politician is like believing that the stripper really likes you.
Wait, you're saying I dumped $1,000 into her for her not to like me?
Yeah, well, see, the problem is you gave her the money and not what you really wanted to.
I just wanted to spend time with her.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet. Here's a lettered article from the BBC. Paul Britton, 53, a senior research nurse at York Hospital, said that he had noticed health improvements by taking part in a hospital project called Swap to Stop for the past 2 years. He spoke as a survey from Action on Smoking and Health in England, who's now trying to ban vaping, found 11% of respondents currently vape, equivalent to 5.6 million adults in the UK. The government said vaping could be an effective tool to stop smoking, but warned non-smokers should never vape.
Oh, there's the real joke. The 12% or $12 off for JCPenney salon. Yeah. Shit.
$30 for a haircut. Meanwhile, teens walking into school nowadays with their iced coffees. My generation smuggled vodka in water bottles. Gosh, nothing but a bunch of rookies.
You guys smuggled vodka? You're the rookies. You gotta smuggle something dark in like a water bottle. That really brings questions up.
Cheesecake Factory increased its prices 471%. Calmaine, 268%. Jack in the Box, 213%. Chipotle, 110%. Starbucks increased their prices 47%. Cisco, 43%. How much did they collectively spend on stock buybacks during this inflation that we're living through? $10 billion.
You know what's funny about this stat, right? Is I don't know how many of y'all have TikTok, but it kept coming up on mine about how everybody's revolting against Chipotle. Because even though they increased their prices, they decreased their portion.
Yep.
So that everybody saw that. Like, it used to be, you get a burrito and it was literally blowing up because they put too much in it. Nowadays, it's like, you get one bean, you get one little piece of meat. That's it. People realize that. They're like, yeah, fuck this. We're going somewhere else.
I didn't realize there was a ration on rice.
Oh, yeah. People would start going in the lines and you pay at the end, right? So they would just go in there and they'd start building their burritos and their bowls and then they just walk out before they paid, not even get their food.
Listen, man, we're not allowed to have public health care because it's socialism, right? But we're allowed to have bank bailouts, farm bailouts, PPP loans and forgiveness, stimulus checks, student loan forgiveness, disability student loan forgiveness, snow plows, police departments, fire departments, schools, school vouchers if you choose not to go to public school, public libraries, Social Security, Medicare. Hey, Medicare is something we paid for. No, that's Social Security. We paid that money. We talked about that before, the mathematics of Social Security and how they rip you off. If you were to simply take the money that you put into Social Security and actually put it into a retirement account, you could retire with 5 times the money that the government's going to pay you when you reach Social Security.
Half of those aren't socialism, though. Hey, you look at the school. Back when I lived in Texas, I was paying like $8,000 in taxes for the school. I didn't even have any kids go to school, and I was like, what the fuck am I paying $8,000 in taxes for? VA disability? Those guys, they pay their life. They pay however
and they
long.
don't get shit
Oh,
that
they don't.
deserve. They deserve to get way more than what the government's giving them now. If you're going to send somebody off to war, that includes you right there, they better damn well be willing to take care of you when you're done and you come home. Especially if you don't come home 100% of the way that you left.
I've been expecting to get treated like crap once I got back. Been true.
You know, the mark of an advanced society is not that the poor drive, but when the rich take public transit. And public transit is worthy of somebody well-dressed to sit comfortably on. This is what happens when nobody else contributes to the dad joke.
I love how the next one you have right below that is European invasion breaking.
While Starmer security forces are busy catching patriotic Brits posting comments, a new illegal immigrant boat has just arrived on the UK coast. They're all young men.
I love the public scares. You know, that's something they teach us all the time. It's like, yeah, you see all this public propaganda about all these people. You just gotta take everything with a grain of salt.
Just like you got to take my political commentary as with a grain of salt. I was raised with Star Trek and the belief that in the future we would at one point in time overcome our necessity for greed and the acquisition of useless wealth that we'll never do anything with and move humanity to a place where nobody is hungry. Everybody has a roof over their head. And everybody's encouraged to get smarter, not dumber. Nathan, what do you think about these people in the UK that are going to jail simply for posting something on social media?
Check. Gosh. That's wild. Well, you know, it makes sense, though. They're not the great US of A. They don't have freedom of speech. So maybe they should come taste a little bit of freedom over here.
Oh, yeah. How's that freedom of speech working out? Last time you were on the show, they removed it.
Oh, it's because I said the key words that
I think it's
hit their
multiple
algorithm.
keywords, and it was a bunch of them that triggered the algorithm, not just one. But ever since then, you would be shocked at how many of my YouTube suggestions were other channels that got taken down, had videos taken down. The one guy is a homesteader, right? Quit his job and stuff. He just does a YouTube channel now, and he's got a homestead. Lives in Alaska. Government gave him the land in exchange for him developing it, kind of like Japan.
Yeah.
Okay. So he talks about natural medicines out there, pharmacopoeia or whatever the word is that he calls it. And it got taken down because he talked about a black salve. Black salve is essentially charcoal.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the hospitals use activated charcoal. If you come in with a poisoning, you're getting activated charcoal through a tube into your stomach.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing.
We use activated charcoal for chemical attacks. That's the one thing they tell you.
You know you're not allowed to learn how to make that on YouTube.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff you're not supposed to know how to make on YouTube.
But you can have a mukbang video and consume 10,000 calories and a case of beer in one video.
Yeah, that's how people rise to their political, or not their political, their social status. Like, you look at Nick Avocado. He was like really hated on ever since he started doing his mukbangs.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about how he hates being so fat and all this blah, blah, blah. Look, you caused it. You're the one who's doing this like 10,000 calorie meal like every 3 days.
Skip Murray posted this. An old man said erasers are made for those who make mistakes. A youth replied, erasers are made for those who are willing to correct their mistakes. Attitude matters.
Really does.
How do you think AI? What do you think of AI now? Have you used any AIs for anything?
Yeah, actually. 'Cause I was on, me being 26 and single in this dating world, I've used AI a lot to come up with like pickup lines for like Tinder and Hinge. It works really well.
This society is doomed, man. The only fruitful purpose that he sees for AI is to find a better way to get laid.
Hey, I'm trying to find the future love of my life. It's hard in this dating world nowadays. You know, everybody has these apps you just swipe on. It's just made this world so much worse.
You'll never guess what else has been in my news feed lately. Mallery says, you can smoke a combustible tobacco cigarette on YouTube and get monetized. You know what else you can learn how to do on YouTube? Grow your own tobacco and how to process it and dry it out and make your own chop.
There's other things.
Your own loose leaf tobacco.
You can do other stuff on YouTube and get monetized, and it'd be the wildest stuff. Like this stuff that's happening in Australia. You can learn how to build those on YouTube. It's wild.
Listen, I normally try not to be political on here, although sometimes my bleeding heart comes out.
As it always does.
I want you to watch this. Because this all boils down to the fact that I am on here doing this advocacy for vaping, for tobacco harm reduction, for the things that I see we are failing our children at, because I want my children to have a better life than I had. And right now, this world is not going to give you a better life than what I had.
Oh, it never will either, is the worst part. Politicians are always out here to make more money.
So listen to this one thing. This is one thing. And I'll be done with my political ostracization of you.
We're protecting those forests because we believe the trees have more value to humanity standing than they would have if we cut them down. We believe our lives are going to be richer and our communities are going to be richer and our children's lives are going to be richer if we live in a world where there are shad and sturgeon and striped bass in the Hudson River, and where our children can go to the banks and see the fishermen doing what they've been doing for generations, and where they can reach out and touch those things that men fixing their nets and waiting for the tides, and in that way connect themselves to 350 years of New York State history and understand that they're part of something that's larger than themselves, that they're part of a continuum, that they're part of a community. And I don't want my children growing up in a world where there are no commercial fishermen and where we've lost touch with the seasons and the tides and the things that connect us to 10,000 generations of human beings that were here before laptops and that connect us ultimately to God. And I don't think nature is God, and I don't think we ought to be worshiping it as God, but I think it's the way that God communicates to us most forcefully. And for me, therefore, destroying these things is the moral equivalent of tearing the last pages out of the last Bible or Torah or Talmud or Koran on earth. It's a cause that I don't think it's prudent for us to impose upon ourselves. I doubt if we have the right to impose it upon our children. And, you know, ultimately, what we're doing here is recognizing we have a debt to our children, and we have a debt to the people in our society who don't speak loudly. And that debt is a recognition that we live in a community. And being part of a community is painful because you can't just make decisions based upon your own self-interest. You have to account for the costs and impacts of those decisions on other people. And that's really what environmentalism is about. It's about recognizing that debt to others.
It's about leaving a better future for your children and a better world
forest because
than what
we
you
believe the trees have more value to humanity.
grew up in.
I hate to hit the dead horse or beat the dead horse. That's all Japan.
Yeah, because they still value the family structure. They still value your grandparents long after they're a contributing member to society.
They value more than that. They also value the environment and everything they do. That's why they recently just had the celebration of the earth for the fishing. And whenever I get back to Japan, they're going to do the celebration of the harvest for the fall harvest. And they're really close to like where they come from and their family and what their whole area is giving them.
Yeah. What happened? Where'd it go? I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch this actual program.
Oh,
Tucker.
Is that the Tucker Carlson one from earlier?
Yeah, that's the one where they're talking with the authors of Good Energy. Seed oils. This is where I just barely glance at the topic of conversation. Seed oils and the lies of the food pyramid and how it's actually poisoning us. And why is the medical industry ignoring this? This I thought was interesting. They don't teach medicine the way that I got taught medicine as a paramedic. When I got taught paramedics, the knowledge I needed to become a paramedic, I had to do all the basic stuff that all the nurses and doctors do. Anatomy, physiology, chemistry, biology, all that stuff. And they taught us to look at the whole of the person, understanding all the fundamental characteristics of how everything works and how everything's interrelated with each other, and how the flight or fight reaction that you have is a natural reaction to fear and trauma and injury causes changes in your body. We look at things holistically to understand where we needed to focus our attention on the most to make the greatest good for that person that was just injured when they rolled their car upside down, right? Modern medicine doesn't work that way. They teach you what the diseases are, what the diagnoses are to find out what that disease is, and then what pills you got to give them. Never once do they teach you and have you question, how did this person keep getting sick? And why is it that I keep giving my patients these pills and they keep coming back and I have to give them more pills and nobody ever really gets better? Nobody ever really stops coming to see me.
Swaths of the science that I wasn't seeing.
But so can I just ask a very fundamental question? Why would we follow the guidelines rather than the outcomes?
It's a great question.
So you just said 5 minutes ago, you were outlining this terrifying and sad and catastrophic series of stats describing the total collapse of public health in the United States.
That's right.
And so who cares what the guidelines are? Doesn't anyone just sort of zoom out for a second and be like, all these kids have diabetes, which leads to dementia. Like this is not working.
Right.
Did no one say that?
Well, the question, it's not working, is the question I would basically put in front of every doctor in America. Like if you're not looking around you and just scratching your head and saying, what the hell is going on?
Yes.
Then you are profiting off of this crisis, and I want the most dangerous thing you can do in America right now, obviously, is ask the question, why? So, I understand.
About anything.
But, this is just a point to kind of answer your question about why is this happening? Why aren't we following outcomes? It's institutionalized to not actually focus on outcomes because the business model of the healthcare system is volume. It's how many patients can you see, not what their outcomes are. We are paid for volume, not outcomes. Now,
did you see that? I think is wrong. If you could change one thing about the healthcare system, that's what I would change. And that was what was sold to us by the insurance companies for decades. Sign up to our insurance company. We have HMOs. We're health maintenance organizations. You can go to the gym as part of your health insurance because we would rather you be healthy than us have to pay for your prescriptions. Where did that go? That's not what the modern healthcare and the modern insurance is now.
Well, yeah, now they transitioned over to quantity over quality. That happened, a while ago?
I'm going to drop it in all the chats.
You should also put it in the video description later on. Just in case
I can modify that.
Yeah.
When I do the timestamps, I'll add that in there. So let me go into the notepad and add that in there in the description. I'll put it right before the news and advocacy now to start out with it.
It does cover a lot of good topics in there.
Yes.
The rise of dementia. That's a really good one. I'd like to personally do a deep dive into.
And it's, in some aspects, it's a complex issue that you need to have some fundamental understanding of human physiology. But in some aspects, when you take it even as a lay person that has no medical training whatsoever, the concepts that she's talking about make sense if you're willing to trust the fact that what she's saying is based on science and the science is valid. And from the knowledge I have, it's 100% valid. And it makes perfect sense. Because like I said, as a paramedic, we're taught to understand the whole system as a whole, recognize all the different points where it's failing, and focus on how can we fix the most things with the least amount of interventions. And that's not what medicine does nowadays. They're happy to give you 10 prescriptions when you leave the doctor's office, rather than focus on how the fuck did you get like this in the first place? It's not like you fell down a flight of stairs and we got a bunch of broken bones to fix. You're sick, you're tired, you're lethargic, you're depressed. Maybe all those things could be fixed if we simply, I don't know, found out whether you're deficient in any nutrients, any of the basic vitamins that we took as kids and didn't think bat an eyelash out because we had Flintstone vitamins that we got shoved in our mouth every morning before we left for school.
And nobody better be knocking those Flintstone vitamins either. Those help fight off COVID. I remember when I took it, and then I was COVID free.
But that also, well, were you vaping when you had COVID?
During COVID? Yeah. Yes. But I never got COVID. It was wild.
I did. You can go back and watch my things. I did a daily recording of it whenever I got it. And 3 days into it, it's like, this is all there is. And I got, feedback on it from day one that says, up your nicotine, whatever you do, up your nicotine. You'll thank me later. And I did. And I'm thanking them now.
What's crazy is you wouldn't need all those pills. And you wouldn't need to prescribe all these medications if people just ate right and followed their fucking food intake.
Here's another one that's making the rounds on Twitter. Have you guys seen this one yet? And the misinformed public commenting on it. Oh my God, she's going to have heart cancer in 2 years.
Talk about a heavy smoker right there. Whew.
I did not inhale. Like Clinton said. And then they asked her afterwards, do you still use that after your shift? Do you still smoke your vape after your shift? Yeah.
I think the real question people should be asking is, how do I get that job? That seems like a good one.
My question is, nothing against this kid, but why is every single one have his germs on it?
Well, I'm sure they disinfect it afterwards.
Disinfect it afterwards?
They have to.
Is that what the next guy's job is to wipe that down with an alcohol pad every single one? And how do you reset the counter, the puff counter on it? Maybe that's why they don't come with puff counters nowadays.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh, I'd be dying for that job.
All right. Time for a not retro vape. Let me go back to the description for this video and punch this in there. We did the fire bombings, low smoking rate across the globe. The dog sleeping. We'll do that later. We'll do that afterwards.
I was gonna say that's the one thing you forgot. That I was gonna bring it up earlier. I don't want to interrupt your rant on this FDA.
So I think we're going to take a look at this Airfoo's Smart 30,000. Check this out. Look at this. There's all the features. Smartwatch function, wireless connection, can make and receive calls, 3 levels of power, play music, smart touch screen, overcharge protection, and a 900 milliamp hour rechargeable battery. Wonder if this was hand tested by that lady. That guy. Whatever. Comes in a sealed pouch.
30,000 puffs too. That's a lot.
Man, can I smell that from here? Airfoo's Blue Raz Ice. I love it. This is an on-off switch. No, not. The other one my wife brought home the other day has a legit switch where it was like you adjust the airflow, but you can also take it over one more notch and it legit turns the thing off. So it is a switch. What? No way. Stopwatch? Music?
I think you got to connect it to your phone for the music.
I bet you do. Function descriptions: USB Type-C charging, regulated valve, small hole suction resistance equals 1800 PA, large hole is 250 to 300 PA.
It does pop up on my Bluetooth as Vandy Vape Swell.
No, that's an actual mod. I have a Vandy Vape Swell.
Oh.
It has Bluetooth.
Then which one is it? I don't know what pops up.
Okay, so I'm trying to make sure we don't have any barcodes here. But here's the basic operation. Slide the screen to the right to unlock, then slide the screen left or right to select different functions, menus, or slide the screen down to have many function options to choose. Slide to unlock. Menu, do not disturb. Sound, brightness. Flashlight? Oh, that just turns the screen on. All right. How do you get out of it? All right, go to the right. Find my phone. Weather, calendar, settings. Screen time, vape sound. Do not disturb, time and date, language. Connect to app. Can't show that. App download.
Everybody connected to vape.
Come on, try this. Google Fit. It's available on Google Play. Look Fit app. Uh-oh. Got to pick your birth date. We'll make sure there's no underage users. Here I go playing Wheel of Fortune.
That really has me questioning. Will it lock the vape if you do select your underage? I'm gonna have to try that out later.
This is interesting. Loud. Okay. How we connect to this thing? Not connected.
I think you got to turn the Bluetooth on.
Menu. Settings.
It's like teaching an old dog new tricks.
Connect to app. Not the app. The thing keeps timing out. Hear my son saying, you can't teach a new dog old tricks. Already got that. Open. Device. Find device. Huh. Air foos. This is wild, man. Here I wanted just a simple MP3 player, and here I got a freaking smartwatch and a disposable. Data synchronization succeeded. Away. The time's right. Can't play music, get a copyright claim. Date, time, stopwatch, music. Gotta play something. Don't believe it. Call me.
Call you. Oh, it's not going off on the vape though. That is truly sad.
That's annoying. That's wild, dude.
Can you make calls from it though? That was the one thing that was advertised.
Well, let's try it. Menu. Find my phone. Find my phone works.
I thought you were getting a phone call. I was like, oh, that's convenient.
It's ringing. Oh, no.
What?
Dude. Look. Call. Calls. Oh. Not syncing contact. Sync contact. Sync data. Data synchronization has succeeded successfully. I just can't get over this, man. Not allowed. Need to change a bunch of permissions. Allow notifications. Yes. All right. Send me a text. No, man. That's disappointing. Bluetooth music?
What? I'm sure in a week you'll figure out how to use the music and the phone.
Yeah, right about the time it dies.
Yeah.
You need to make this something like this a cartridge-based thing where, you know, when it's out, you just swap in a new tank and cartridge. I can't believe how cheap this thing was. I really have no expectations for this thing working messages. Nope. No messages. How you turn that thing off? That's annoying. Menu.
Under the setting.
Vape sound off. Screen time. 20 seconds. Give my brain a chance to figure out what I'm doing. Restart? Never had a disposable you could restart. That's true. That one that we saw. Okay, now I need to play something.
Is that under the Bluetooth?
Nope. I'm gonna figure this stuff out. Still have the graphic animation, but no sound down. What do you think, man?
I think, you know, if other companies can adapt and do this same thing, the vaping industry would be moving in a good way.
Please open the app. My brain's still trying to remember what the name of it was. Look fit or something. We don't care if you're really fit. We just care if you look fit. Connected. Sorry, man. It's not a retro vape this week.
We could always use a flavor, too.
Hey, dog! You want a treat?
Oh, they went downstairs.
So what's your itinerary? How much more do you have left of this? We're going out for dinner tomorrow night. What else do you have planned before you leave?
Dinner tonight. I don't know where we're going. And then breakfast tomorrow sometime in the south side. Oh, that's a strong raspberry.
My understanding is dinner's tomorrow.
Oh,
Going.
Yeah, there's games on this too.
Dinner Wednesday, Longhorn, 6:30. Sad to see you go, Nathan, but it's truly amazing having you home for a little while.
Man. The game doesn't seem to work.
Yeah. It's like
the display doesn't.
I mean, as cheap as it was, it wouldn't surprise me if most of the stuff on there doesn't actually work.
I mean, it does have a calculator.
Calculator stopwatch?
Yeah, the calculator works pretty good too.
It's got a speaker because we heard the animation play whenever you used it. So maybe getting my phone permissions to let it play on that and recognize it as a smartwatch. I don't know. How about we do a random recipe while you sit there and play with that for a little while?
Oh, I'd love to do that.
Awesome. Hot diggity dog diggity. Time for us to make a random recipe. I'm going to take a look at my flavor stash, see what I can make. And let's pick something different today. Nice shake and vape would be awesome. We have the one from last week, week before last. We need to test that out.
The
Nice
alarm clock works very well. Probably turn that off for next episode.
That is so exciting to see that they're still making progress on all these products. Quite the nightmare that the FDA's created. Speaking of nightmares, you want to vape a night crawler?
Super sweet. That looks like a good one.
Double watermelon, jelly candy, sour, and sweet strawberry. That does look pretty good, man.
It does.
19% flavorings. That should pop right away.
And it's already set up for a 3%.
For 20 mils.
Oh, yeah, probably.
That's fine. You know what? I'm going to click adapt this, but I'm not changing anything. We'll make 20 mils. That's fine. 3. Save. There's the recipe. Let's grab what we need for this. Capello's double watermelon, sweet strawberry. Jelly candy. TPA sour. That's the flavoring. Okay. Super sweet we have. One box. Maybe not. Under my phone. Hot diggity. All right. Start off with double watermelon. 0.7 grams. Whoops. Jelly candy, 1.7. Okay, sour. 0.33. Sweet strawberry, 0.9. Love the way sweet strawberry smells. Thing is, when you waft it past your nose as a concentrate, it doesn't give you that same strawberry smell that you smell when you first take the lid off of it. Alrighty, a little bit of super sweet. 0.21. Little breath of air is all it took to push that over. And got.
You did the super sweet, right?
19%. So essentially it's going to be like an 80-20 because all we've got left is our secret sauce and VG. .62. And then 19.6 grams of each. Doesn't smell half bad. Need to make a label so I don't forget. Muchas gracias, señora. Primus Nightcrawler, name of the recipe. No, I don't want you to update in the middle of a show. Thank you. I'll mix. Episode 30. I want to make 3. And she's called Primus Nightcrawler. I can't get over how that disposable is completely different when you change it into what do they call it? Standard mode?
Huh. That was soft.
Soft mode.
What he was talking about is it has 3 modes. It has the super, it has the norm, and it has the soft. The soft is so nice. I'm also really curious how it's going to withstand being a 30,000 puff. Because the 10,000s don't even hold up close to 10,000 puffs.
Look for size comparison compared to this one.
Is that a 30?
Yeah, that's a 30,000 puff. It's a little bit bigger.
Well, it's a little bit bigger, but you stand them side by side. The original.
Yeah, but the question is, can there be actually 18 milliliters of liquid in it?
There could be.
I'm going to have to tear into them and see if they actually are capable of holding that much liquid. Now that I've got ones that are completely dead, I could literally pull the sponges out of them, rinse it out completely, squeeze it completely dry, and then see if 18 mils of fluid will actually be absorbed within the contents of that sponge. I don't honestly think that they're lying to us about it. Because all it takes is one person in the world to call them out on it and put it out in a video, and their company's credibility goes to shit.
You said 18 milliliters? That's plausible. I got a 30 mil right here.
Yeah.
Shoot, they probably could have put 30 milliliters in here.
Well, by the time you take out the space for a battery.
And the heating element. Yeah, I can see it.
Dropping stuff. I need to pull this yucky cotton out. Because I was a bad host and did not prep a couple drippers.
I love seeing you pull it and all the juice just comes out.
All right, man. I'm going to need you to run this over to the bathroom and rinse it off.
Yeah.
Hot diggity. Save, close. Mm-mm. Look at that, man. When I pull those wicks out, I bend that up. Did I bend these coils up or what? Much better. Or firebolt cotton for this. Close enough. Nice thing about drippers is you don't have to be 100% precise with them. Which reminds me, the next video that I'm going to be reviewing is going to be a set of drippers from Vape. Really looking forward to that. Ah, there they are. Nice. All right, man. Good shake. Do a knuckle test. Knuckle?
Oh no, I'll hit it afterward.
Wow. I am really impressed with that. Did I put these batteries in back? Yeah.
There goes the dementia again.
Can't put them in the same way, moron. Okay. Here we're talking 0.15 ohms is the resistance on this dripper. Saturate this up nicely. If I want to start. Lovely new cotton scent. Dripper sucks.
Which is funny because you're the one who picked it.
Well, it's what was on my table. Had a Bushido ready to go. Flavor is nothing like what I knuckle tested it on. Tastes nasty, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dripper sucks. Juice is decent.
Juice is good.
For a shake and vape especially.
You're gonna have to definitely try that out later on a different mod.
That's the nice thing about having an assistant. Yank that cotton out of there and rinse it off, please.
You got tweezers?
Tweezers, mon capitan. How did we get a fly up here? The joys of having the windows open because it's nice and cool outside. Dream says it's in excellent condition. Nice. This is the redemption RDA. No, this is the redemption is the dripper that we did. And I mean, like, they got silver plated base to it. You can tell because it's starting to get tarnished. .35 ohms. Definitely have to cut that wattage down. Go 45 watts. Throw some cotton in there. The Wasp Nano Pro. I know this thing's got decent flavor to it. Actually, the flavor's more than just decent. That airflow, man. When they channel the airflow right to the perfect place on your coils, you get that perfect velocity past your coils. All right. Strawberry watermelonade. Pick this one up on the last show you were here. This is episode 21.
21? Oh. Oh, no. I was here on 28.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to try the juice we just had?
I do.
If you're looking for it, it's back there.
Hey, listen, while I'm doing this, you got the dog?
I do. I have one dog. Gosh.
I got it here.
Out.
I don't care about fame and fortune.
Yeah, they just care about the simple life. you know, getting food and living tax free.
Okay.
Still not good?
65 watts. Of course, it's not going to be good. 0.36 ohms. Running at 4.8 volts. Come on now. Right at 40 volts. 40 watts, 40 volts. 40 watts, 3.8 volts.
Oh, did not tickle your fancy?
Flavor is lackluster, which shouldn't be in this.
Interesting.
Plenty of clouds.
I'm getting some of the flavors.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot.
Mm-mm. It's one I'm going to have to put on the shelf and come back to.
I'm getting the super sweet and like a little bit of the strawberry, but not much.
Certainly not like what it's like on the knuckle test.
Oh.
On the knuckle test, this is delicious.
I did have a 3-day sleep time, so I mean, maybe that's
yeah. Can't all be fantastic. Might need a little steep time. Yep, we'll give that a shot. We got it sitting behind me, and that was the Wasp Nano Pro.
We'll have to come back in a week. We'll have to see if she's good.
But I've seen that happen before. That first day you get mainly just the VG, a hint of the sweetness, a hint of the fruit, and then you come back the next day and all of a sudden it's like somebody decided to wake up.
It is a good dripper. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yep.
Better. This 30K Airvooz Blue Raspberry
smartwatch
with Minesweeper on it. If I could ever get it to figure out how to play. Keep pressing the buttons, but it ain't working.
Oh. What do you expect, man? They didn't charge any more for that one than they did for the other rechargeables or the disposables they had. And this one's literally a smartwatch. At least that's what it's advertised. It's got the menu functions for it, but it's like even the games that are on there don't actually work. I mean, think about it. How much would it cost to put an actual CPU capable of doing that kind of stuff onto the board?
Nowadays with technology, it wouldn't cost that much. I mean, look, you can build this 1,000 terabyte phone for like cheap, minus, you know, the upcharges and all that.
There are smartwatches you can pick up on Amazon for like $30. So it's like, I can't believe how good the flavor is.
Even under soft.
Aw, Lucy's back. Lucy want a bone?
Yeah, she does. As soon as you said that.
Hey, what's this with this webcam?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you have the wrong camera set up.
No, it's the right camera. It's just it's on an extension cable.
Oh yeah. One for each.
Yeah, back up. Another one there.
Yeah, you got two.
Happy little poochie. Yeah, definitely got her attention once I said bone.
Yeah.
Like, what? We're happy little campers now. Do I have any pets this week? Please send me any pets. We got. I do have a couple pets here. And a pet joke.
Ain't that the truth?
Whoops. My wireless doorbells are on their charging station. That's definitely the truth. And that in the camper that sadly we're going to have to get rid of this year. It's just not practical to keep it anymore. Don't have the time to go up to it. They're probably raising the prices again this year. $3,000 was a lot for this year. Just to park it there. And guess who that is? Bernie. Mark and Bernie. Check that poochie out. Good old hunting dog. Unlike my poochies. Or anything but hunting dog. They moved the wire and disconnected. That's all right.
Oh, the dog one?
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. They got their 5 minutes of fame and fortune. Oh, now she's jumping up at the camera. Just what we need. All right, folks, you guys have any questions for Nathan? Probably going to be the last time you have any questions, the opportunity to ask him. How do you embarrass an archaeologist? Give me a used tampon and ask him which period it came from. Don't worry, Nathan. When you get older, you'll find these kind of things humorous as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it'll only be a matter of...
Somebody asked me the other day, have I seen very many e-liquids that have coloring to them? And I said, yeah, I bought one a while back. I think it's useless. I don't understand why they do it. That's his local company. Vaporgate. Blue slushy. Why?
Does it taste like a slushy though? That's the
Yes.
real question.
Yes. Very slushiness. Very little blue raspberry.
Ah. Where's the blue raspberry?
Yeah. It's straight up slushy. And the thing is, it's not iced. So it's confusing when you vape it because it's just like, oh, slushy. But why? Why would you tint it blue? That's food coloring. It's got to be food coloring. No flavoring if I've ever bought had a blue color to it. The ones that get dark because they oxidize. What does one saggy boob say to the other saggy boob? If we don't get some support, people will think we're nuts.
You see, I laughed at that one. Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Sort of. All right. Blue slushy flavor. I really need to have a bunch of my drippers cleaned out and get them out and get them ready for next week so that we can taste all these lovely liquids because I got a mess of them here that I need to actually start going through and deciding, am I keeping them? Am I dipping them, dumping them, and starting from scratch or what? There's no point in buying hundreds and hundreds of new bottles all the time when I've got a bunch of them here. And the liquids are just, okay. Some of them, when you come back to them, really, really develop character sitting there.
See, no, that next one's kind of funny.
What do tofu and dildos have in common? They're both meat substitutes.
Whoa. What the cat dragged in?
Oh, the cat dragged in another dog. I don't think it's going to help any because... Try it again.
Oh, there you go. It works again. All right, come on.
Hold on, let me switch over. Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, look at
He's
him
like,
right
I'm out of here. I got my bone. See you later. Fatso wants another one. I got two left.
Loose. Oh, the simple times.
Simple times for sure. Hit save there. Have to come up with the next special effect. I'm still working on that Zap Kenny one. What's your idea for the next special effect? We got Safe FDA.
I don't know. I'll have to think about that one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to wrap up the show for today. Our doggies have had 2 sets of treats. We've done a random recipe. we did a not a retro vape on a smartphone disposable.
A really good disposable.
Smartphone watch disposable that kind of sort of works. I mean, the stopwatch works. The speaker works to play an animated sound.
The alarm works.
If you use it, the alarm works.
The calculator works.
Calculator works.
For basic stuff, though, it doesn't have the... I can't do cubing and stuff like that, but, you know.
And I guess I'm going to have to, check the permissions on the app and see if maybe that's the reason why it won't do weather or any of that other stuff. But I'm kind of impressed.
It's really nice.
Because I think that thing was only like 15 or 20 bucks.
So like the same price as a regular disposable.
Yeah.
For 30,000? That would be worth it.
Just as a disposable, it's worth it. Now that they have actually added it in there, I'm like, it can't possibly be like a smartphone watch.
Oh, I think I turned it up to normal. Just to see how that one was feeling.
Bluetooth music is on, but it's not paired. So obviously I'm going to have to pair it as a speaker. And right now it's paired to pair a new device. See if it sees it. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing anything new. But think about it. I mean, for a CPU, Bluetooth chip, and the memory they're required to run all those programs, in addition to operating as a vape.
It won't be a matter of time before, just
yeah, what's 6 months down the road going to look like? And everybody starts doing that. My question is, how long before Google realizes that that app is on their platform? Drives the blues.
They did have 3 languages on there. Like factory languages. They had English, they had Spanish, and they had Chinese. So obviously, it's been around for a little bit.
All right, we'll try this music one last time. Look fit. Connected. Tells you the actual battery level of the device. The step counter. A disposable is now a step counter. Oh, man. What happens when you go black market, man? Not all the features actually do what they say they're going to do. I got a Facebook message on it, though. Find my phone works. How's the weather? Please open up LookFit app to synchronize. It's already synchronized. Connected. See? Connected. Smartphone disposables. The next advancement in vaping technology. What's long, green, and smells like bacon? Kermit the Frog's fingers and my lunch. Go downstairs and make some BLTs.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Hope you guys all have a fantastic Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And we'll be back here again next Tuesday. Kenny will be on daylights. So he's going to be off and available for the show next week. Awesome. Have a fantastic week, and we'll see you all next time. Your chance to say goodbye.
I appreciate you having me on the show. It was great seeing all of y'all's comments and asking me how things have been. I really love that y'all came out and support him, and I hope y'all have a great week. Hope to see y'all next time.
Take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.